Now you can hear my voice. Perfect, perfect. You cannot hear music yet either. Let's see what we can do about that. I don't hear anything either. Oh, just it's starting to end cool. All right, it's starting to end chill. Um, one last good cough before the stream. We're golden. Alrighty, welcome on back, my friends. We are back this week. Surprise, surprise. We are working on the same game for 2 weeks in a row. Elixir Emporium. We actually have some fun news about You Are Not Alice. We're still finalizing the actual day to actually release it, but we are pretty sure it will be the 15th of July. So I'll post on Discord about that. We were going to release it about a month-ish ago, but there were a couple reasons we needed to push it back, both because some things were broken, some things still needed added. We had some Steam issues as well, and then also we were talking to publishers briefly, but I think we're just going to release it ourselves. So you can look forward to that. You can search You Are Not Alice on Steam right now to wishlist it, and you'll get an email when it goes live. If you're not on the Discord yet, you can also join our Discord, which will be in the description everywhere. And we'll obviously post there as well. So if you want to play a cool hacking sandbox game, that's your only option. You should play that game. I realized right before getting on stream, I have not had any coffee at all today. So maybe I should be making direct eye contact with the camera when I drink. But yeah, we're gonna we're gonna get started. I'm waking up still, but we got a lot to build. We will. Whoosh, what a good transition. Last week we put in a world map and a mini map, both of which you can see. We will run around and jump around in the game, and yeah, I'll show that off real fast. I've got some ideas of what to build this week. We could do like straight up building. There's also a lot of like game design questions that we need to think about. So depending on who shows up in the chat, maybe we'll get into some theory, some design, some vision work, as they say. Specifically, a lot of it, we still need to add in combat, and we still don't know what we want combat to look like in the game. So that's a lot of thinking that needs done and decisions that need made. But this is going to be another week where I'm going to have weird control issues on occasion, and I'm going to do my best to not get derailed and redo the control system again. But eventually we will. It is better than it was, I would say. I've polished up a few things off camera to make them a little bit nicer. There's still several issues with like apparently trying to right click on small things. But one big issue that I get a lot is my mouse sensitivity is really, really high. Both because I keep a really high mouse sensitivity and also because our sensitivity scales off your mouse or your screen size right now. So what happens when I'm running around a lot is I'll try and move the camera just a little bit, like here. And we've got some code that since right clicking both moves the camera and also opens this context menu, we've got some code of like, if you move your mouse enough, we treat it as orbiting. But if it just barely moves the mouse, then it opens the menu. So you might see me open the menu a lot on accident because my mouse sensitivity is so high. Howdy, howdy, Tony. Welcome on in. Happy to have you here. How are things going over there? You were working on some fun stuff earlier. You got anything to share there? Just working on fun stuff? I was showing off. I polished up the mini map a little bit, so we got a nice border. I'll probably get this border to actually rotate to like keep track of where north is, I think, in the game. But I think adding the border kind of polishes it up a lot more than it was at the end of last week. I also put a circular mask on it instead of the big square that we had. And we also now have a nice new button for the world map. We got close buttons. I polished up the like styling of the map a little bit. It's still pretty janky, and we need to like better highlight where the player is. You can kind of see me running around that little tiny green dot. But maybe we should allow like zooming in on this, maybe panning around or something would probably be easier to get the like what's the word? Fidelity that we're looking for here instead of just like a giant map like this. Yeah, and I also did just like general polish around UI off camera too. So all these have keyboard shortcuts, so we highlight the letter of what will open these menus. Yeah, that's what I wanted to show off. I think what has worked well in previous streams is just kind of run around and play with stuff at the start and see what makes sense to start coding on. I've got some hunches, some ideas, but oh yeah, I reordered these buttons, so it's going to take me a second. I keep opening the character menu and being like, why did I open this? I meant to open the inventory. But let's head into town. And then I think one thing that I've been toying with adding that basically adds another use for items is like puzzles or riddles or like something out in the world that asks for a specific item. And so you can either go collect that item or you can craft something that's good enough, close enough. And then I think the ideal is you should get some sort of outcome based on the item that you give them. Instead of just like a Boolean yes or no, is this the right item type thing. So you kind of see that with, we have consumables set up where you can use them on like rocks. And so we could have, say, a big rock slide somewhere. We've got a big rock slide over here. So we could set up like gates in the world that require you to collect specific items and do some like problem solving to get through those gates. So example here of, we could tell the NPCs about like, oh yeah, this used to be a giant cave, but there was a rock slide, so now you can't get in. But what you could also do is craft some sort of potion that reduces your model size, which is an affix that we have in the game. And you could bring it over here and pour it on these rocks. Rocks would get smaller, so you could squeeze on by and get into the cave. Like that sort of item-oriented like gate to more content. We don't have a lot of those in the game right now. And the only ones that we have are kind of based around like the player's jump height. So like we've got our parkour course over here where in order to get through the full course you need boots that give you extra jump height, for example. So if you want to like get through, you can find those boots or you can make your own. It's nice to have a couple different options, but you'll also find some boots that are good enough at the end as well. And I don't think we have double jump still, so I guess that's another alternative of like you could go find an item that gives you double jump or some other way to like do some mobility things. There's a lot to be done on like 3D models. So this guy or this girl still needs an animation. We still need to do some sort of like framework for being able to map from mini to one on our like content because it's infinite. we need some sort of way to be able to map infinite content back to a collection of like 8 or 10 different animations. So you know what animation to do, like when you're harvesting from a campfire versus a tree versus the ground. Part of that is also based on what tool you use. So like hitting a tree with an axe is probably a very obvious animation. But if you then go harvest from a campfire with an axe, do you do like this sort of harvesting where you're just using your hands, or do you hit the campfire with your axe? Kind of unclear, but we kind of need to just make a decision and roll with it. Other things that are kind of on the docket that is still kind of in the back burner, we still need to build our like memory database for giving all of these NPCs knowledge about what is out in the world. For example, a lot of them can be prompted to say like, hey, where's the craziest place you've been in this world? And they'll make up places right now because they don't have in their memories that they search, they don't have anything related to like what they've seen in the world, what places are called even. Like if this person were to walk outside of town and see a bunch of trees, they do form memories of like, oh, I saw this tree, I saw this object, I saw this animal, but there's no like established name for what this forest is called. So if you were to talk to them about that, they very well might just make up a name for it, which I guess could be fine. But the ideal is they're using the established name of the world, which we would also have like on our map labeling stuff. So if they mention like, hey, this forest of stuff, I'm going to go to the forest of stuff. You look up the map and see where it's at, and everything's reasonable. You don't get lost. I wonder if I can skip some of the track and go up this way. Yeah, that's been on the to-do list for a while. We probably don't want to do that on stream because it's just a lot of like back-end database work and vectorization of memories and search patterns and stuff. And I'm happy to write that code, but I probably want to research some of it before stream so I know what I'm doing. We're just going to collect some items. Maybe the inventory button should be first if that's like what you're most commonly clicking, but I bet it's just my muscle memory of clicking the first button. A lot of times you're just going to be hitting I, but my mic's in the way of hitting I a lot of the time. Yeah, we're just going to collect some items. Let's make some gold lemons maybe. Golden lemonade, when life gives you everything that you need. 15 gold, that's pretty good actually. We'll sell that later. So like here, you can't make that jump obviously, is what I was talking about earlier with like, if you want to go down that path, you need specific items. But kind of what I was planning for this stream is to play around with prompting and get something that can consistently generate riddles for either items in your inventory where there's a known answer or items that you could feasibly get. So, I mean, maybe we just look up some riddles. Yeah, like these aren't very contextual, but like, wow, there's an explain this button. Doesn't work, obviously. What has an eye but cannot see? If something in the world, like a goblin asked you this, or like some sort of shrine or something required a sacrifice of an item, and it's like, this is the item, but it's not going to tell you that you need to bring a needle. I think it would be cool to have these sorts of riddles because it's kind of it's amping up the creativity of the player, because there might be other solutions when you get to a point where you can kind of do this infinite crafting. You might have, obviously, a needle has an eye but cannot see, but you can think of a lot of different other things that would also have an eye that cannot see. Like, I don't know, bring a skull or a book of the alphabet or something. And it would be fun to make an LLM reason about all of that and like get you a correct answer or not. But I think also an important aspect of what would make this fun, like the crafting a solution and getting like feeling rewarding, is not necessarily like, oh, you got it right, but to have some sort of outcome of what you crafted or like how you solved it is factored into what the outcome is. So for this, if we were to go to a shrine that says like, hey, this is a shrine to some god in the world, we will bless your item if you bring us the right item. And this is the riddle, like, what has an eye but cannot see? You bring it a needle and it blesses the needle. You get back a, like, I don't know, a superheated needle or some sort of magic needle. If you can find a way to like coerce the LLM or whatever into treating a different item as correct, like bringing it a skull, which has an eye but cannot see, maybe you're going to get a magical skull instead. So you can already start getting some like options of how you solve it. And then there's also like stakes and reason of why you would want to go out of your way to solve it in a different way instead of just like finding the simplest solution. So we can play with some riddles. We can play with like different framing, however we want to do this. But I think that's kind of like the direction we want to take this stream in. We just picked up some boots. Jump height. There we go. That's what we need to cross this jump. And the goal is to give players, obviously, more uses for all the items that they create. So you can create infinite items in this game. We already have equipment, so you can build yourself whatever gear you want. Eventually we'll have combat, which will also use your items as like, none of these are weapons on hand, but you can craft weapons as well. We'll probably do something around magic, potentially around like crafting your own spells. We'll see. But the only other system that like uses the items that you craft right now is the NPC's quest systems, where they're going to present you with problems and they're going to say like, hey, I can't open this gate. Help me open the gate. Do you have any items that help with that? And you're going to bring them an item and it'll either help or not. And it's a very Boolean result there, which is good for quests because you want to solve the quest or not. But there is an underlying like qualitative follow on where the item that you use to solve the quest gets seeded in to generate the next quest. So if you, at the gate at the front, if the gate is stuck and you were to give him a primitive hammer, most of the time the next quest he generates is like, hey, this hammer was really bad and it bent the bars. Can you go get me something to like reinforce the gate now? Still trying to like fix things. But if you were to get him like a chainsaw or some like metal cutting thing, his next quest might be like, hey, I cut the bars so I could get through, but now I need to replace the bars. Can you bring me some bars? So in that system, we have a like very Boolean, is this item correct or not? But it does have this qualitative bit under the hood that factors in with the next quest. With this new system that we're considering today, it's much more one-off. So maybe you find some object out in the world that is asking for a certain kind of item, and then you, I don't know, mark it on your map and come back to it, or craft an item there or something. And then you give it the item, and then you get immediate feedback that is qualitatively based on what item you gave it, instead of farming it off to like future generations and stuff. Let's upgrade our boots again. We probably don't even need to have the second pair of boots. But now we can make this jump. Get up in the mountain area where we have the sci-fi spaceship, which enables more item stuff. So I'm just going to grab some items over there before we run out in the world. Could get some crystals and stuff too, but without a pickaxe, I wonder what you get when you use like a hammer. You probably just get like shards or something. Or hit it with a stick, I guess. Rough crystal shards makes sense. I guess we can grab one or two of those while we're here. Then we'll also hit it with a stick and see what we get. And I'm going to sip on more coffee so I can get the blood rushing. Rough crystal shard again. All right. Well, let's go collect from that spaceship real fast, and then we'll be on our way. So one minor, like, inspiration, not quite like a... It's not how things will work, but if you look at the, like, old shrines in Diablo 1, you went to them, you clicked on them, you got some sort of, like, buff on your character. But it wasn't clear what that buff was, and they responded with some sort of riddle of like, oh, you finally understand everything, which meant like your intelligence went up or something. And I think that's a cool concept of like making the player think a little bit more, and I think that's a nice little thing to aspire to here of like, you find a shrine out into the world and it presents you with like a very small but open-ended problem. How are you going to solve it? You got to think a little bit, figure out, you know, what you want, I guess. But yeah, I think we've talked about it a lot. I'm just going to enjoy this view. And let's see if we can get some examples of like riddles that might be good that we can work with, and then from those examples we can build ourselves a prompt that can generate more, and then from that we can start generating like we can work on another prompt that says, I guess works on the logic of like whether an item given is a correct solution to a particular riddle. And then from there, we can have another prompt that, like, given this item, how do you augment it, or whatever we want the shrines to do. Like, maybe we could do some, like, big old pantheon of different gods in the world have different shrines. Each god has a different, like, effect that they bestow on an item. So if you have Zeus or something, I mean, probably don't want to reuse Greek gods, but if you had Zeus as a god and you find a shrine to Zeus and it has a riddle for what has one head, 1 foot, and 4 legs, and you bring it a bed, maybe you're always going to get a lightning bed, or maybe you bring it something else, some creature with 1 foot and 4 legs. It turns it into a lightning creature. Like maybe it's always lightning oriented for that specific god. Or maybe like we need some sort of secondary effect effectively to let the player predict what sort of effect is going to be applied to the item that they give, which will help them determine what item that they want to give. So these are kind of horrible riddles, but I want to grab ones that actually like have an item as an answer and also could be answered in other ways, but these are pretty bad. So we'll work on these. Fire potentially is a really good one. Can we like talk to this? Follow-up questions? I thought that was a feature. Maybe it's not. Huh. Interesting. We can go over to Claude or something. Let me just grab a window. Dun dun dun. We're working on riddles that have fantasy RPG items as their answer. Here are some bad examples. What are some good examples? Easy. So I'm doing this by hand before we build our own prompt because I want to try and get like the tone of what we're looking for before we spend a lot of time actually building out the prompt. Let's try this once more. We'll just go over to ChatGPT or something otherwise. It's a good view. Kind of like it up here. We should put some sort of landmark, like a spire or something here to get people to come up and enjoy the view. Nothing? Okay. Well, we'll take that. Let me grab this and we'll go over here. Let's try it this way. And I guess we can just be like harvesting from the ground while we enjoy. What do we got? Bag of, yeah, these are going to be really specific. How about more generic items like a bag or a sword or an axe or a pickaxe or a chest plate, etc. Alright, but we can poke through these. These are very, very specific, yeah. But I do like the riddles. They're almost too difficult, I would say. If you didn't know what the item was, you'd never guess the item. Like sending stones? I don't know, quantum portals would be my answer. What do we got? I'm still thinking. Let's pose for a picture. Can kind of see a little town over here, little town over here. Perfect. Drop that in Discord real fast. Always on the lookout for nice little screenshots for socials and stuff. All right. Do we have riddles? Bag, backpack, sword, axe, pickaxe. All right. These are looking good. So we're going to play a little pretend here. We're going to pick one at random. Here's one. So we're going to walk over to this pretend shrine over here. Wow, we found it. Look how cool it looks. It's right here. And it's going to say, I give you a second skull, hollow yet harder, so no stray thought escapes and no stray blow breaks in. Give me an item. And we bring it a skull. Or we bring it like a helmet, I guess. And it's going to magically change that helmet in some way. How do we want to determine what that effect is on the helmet itself? Do we want to go through the route of like different shrines do different effects? Do we want like a shrine of explosions? And so whatever item you sacrifice to it or like provide to it is now like the helmet of explosions and it gets affixes that way? Or gods would work. Something more generic could be just like taking the item as is and like amplifying it, so whatever stats are already on it could be like corrupted or like inverted or magnified, like those sorts of operations. Um, I guess this might be better lighting. Um, I feel like the pantheon of gods could work, but it might be kind of cheesy and like a lot of work for when we could just do like a of poison, of lightning sort of system. But if we did like a shrine of lightning and you solve a quest for it with your rock sample, you get an electric rock sample, I guess, or like rock climbing boots, you get electric boots. I'm not sure that that's really interesting because it's kind of like a one-off workstation out in the world that you find. Is that good? Because you can already do a lot of these operations through workstations. We don't really have them specifically for like make this more explosive or make this more lightning coded. But we definitely could, and we want the player to eventually be able to create their own workstations. So we kind of need this to be functionally different from like if the player were to create a workstation in the same vein of output. So what do? That is a great question. Perhaps one way to get the creative juices flowing, we can jump over to the Unity Asset Store because we're gonna need some shrine, like 3D assets. So we can kind of see which ones, because I mean, they're going to need to be free as well. We could probably generate our own too, especially if there are none. But we could do like some sort of pillar. We could do some sort of just like obelisk sort of stuff. But we need something, and maybe the visual design of that will help us decide how we want to communicate to the player what the actual effect on the item will be. Got something weird on my keyboard. Hold on. So we don't really have a good free option here. So we already own this one. That's what our main town, or our first town, was using, I think. Maybe let's not go free and we can just do some like visual looks for inspiration. But yeah, altars is probably another good term to search. Maybe even better, one might say. Ooh, that's pretty design. Just want to look at that. But yeah, apparently we are. I mean, last week we wrote a bunch of code. This week we are just gonna like think through what we want to do, and hopefully we'll write some code real soon. But it's early in the process of designing this feature, so we want to think through these things up front. Yeah, it's not quite what we're looking for. Let's try altar. So we got some like ruins here we could look at. These guys are really pretty. Fantasy places. Yeah, something like this also we could just like reskin or like tint different colors. We'll just open a couple tabs and we'll go through them all. But one other thing that I wanted to kind of tack on to this idea of, we talked about what happens when you provide the correct item. I think it would be pretty boring if you provided the incorrect item and nothing happened, especially if it was like a one-off thing. But also, like, if you go out and craft something and bring it back and you're like, oh yeah, this will probably work, and then it doesn't work, That's kind of a letdown. So I think we should have a separate branch of like stuff happens when you give it the wrong item. And I think we can play with non-item systems for that. So if you were to go to an altar asking for, I don't know, a shield, and you were to give a sword, and it doesn't solve the riddle, maybe we, I mean, the positive branch that we could do is like, all right, you didn't augment your item, but you now have a temporary like buff on your character that gives you a shield or like extra defense for a while. It's just the god smiling upon you of like, oh, you're so stupid. Here's your shield anyway. But the other side of the spectrum, we could go with like a more danger action, and like you gave them a sword when you were supposed to give them a shield, so now there's going to be a bunch of skeletons with swords that spawn all around you and attack you. Or if you give them, I don't know, a leather wrapped stick, you get a whole bunch of skeletons around you with leather wrapped sticks attacking you. And then that could be a positive spin if you like, it could be something that you do intentionally. So like if you want, I don't know, more of these, you could go out to a shrine and get all those enemies that have one, kill those enemies, and then loot it off their body so you get several more. Or you could take the one you have and like do it at a correct shrine and like make it more powerful. There's kind of this concept of like options versus like a correct answer and an incorrect answer. It's just different outcomes based on what you'd expect, which I think is good design. And also solves the case of like disappointment, because something will always happen that's interesting or exciting in some way versus just like a pop-up saying that doesn't solve the riddle. So I think that's like, we probably won't get into that as much today because, I mean, skeletons need combat systems, enemies, all that we don't have. But I want to keep that in mind for like how we design this feature, because we'll probably be focused on like the item augmentation today, but there's a whole nother path of like buffs on your character, and like here, if you eat an apple, does Q not eat consumables anymore? Perhaps. Oh, it's R. Gotcha. So we have buffs, and we could easily add that as an outcome, even in the correct sense of like you get the item correct. Maybe some shrine just boils down the item and applies its stats to you as a buff for a while, so you don't even need to use that item or something. There's a lot of stuff that we can do, and I think it's just it's a track of like thinking through it so we can decide what's fun. But I think what probably is best is just like build one and see how it feels, and then use that to build dozen more different shrines, and then just like play test for a bit and get people's feedback on which ones are cool, which ones are not, which ones need tweaked, etc. So let's keep our nice view here. We are going to keep looking through assets because we need shrines. First of all, we don't want to just put in cubes, but we've got a couple things. Just want to kind of like poke through. Yeah, we could have definitely like biome specific shrines would be really cool. But these are a little high def for our game. I just wanted to look at this asset. I love me some good pixel art. And this is a very pretty one. Hey, there's exactly what we're looking for, but in pixel art. It's way too expensive for us, but one can dream. I like that style a lot. You know, cards. Also wanted to look at this. I'm always a fan of card games. Definitely will be making more of them sometime soon. Yep. Alrighty. So this looks promising. If not only to just like add somewhere in the world as a whole, but maybe we can kind of find some element or like shrink this down and make it a more reusable shrine out in the world. Maybe we shrink it and this base down to make more of like a singular shrine that we can work with. I kind of like this, so we'll probably grab this for what we're building today. But let's go through the other things. We already looked at that one. This model has been deleted, but is also pretty and would do like what we're looking for here, I bet. And this one's fine. Like, it gives the vibes of, oh yeah, I guess I can't fly around the world while I'm actually playing. But we have a very like alien Cthulhu-ish giant shrine over there in near the desert that we'll get more into the lore wise later. Hello, I see that name, Human. Welcome. I missed your stream yesterday, and I'm sorry. How did it go? Also, Alien Cthulhu, you know, I can run over there. Well, I think I've shown off that big statue on stream before, but we're looking at shrines. We're going to add in some puzzles and riddles, and we're going to give some effects to the player if you can get it solved correctly. And we were just over at the asset store, brought me to shrines. Maybe we can see it from here. Where's he at? He's kind of hidden over this hill here, so I guess we'll just run over there. The giant leap here. Perfect. We've got our, where's our equipment? Boots of the Faithful here, so we can always make our leap of faith off everything. I don't remember if I ever fixed this biome effect. I wonder if we'll even be able to see when we get in. Surely. Don't worry, man. We all have our lives to live. Yeah. Well, how did it go? Have you done the big event that we were talking about yet, or is that later on in July? Here's our big boy. Oh, facing the wrong way. So we got some lore stuff to get into with this guy. Yeah, this biome isn't... I turned off the camera effects because we couldn't even see when we were inside it. But you know, there's some stuff to do. Got our one-off Tome of Forbidden Knowledge to harvest from. So we're going to harvest that with some Holy Mind Petal. See what we get. Gotta jump back and forth a bit, but I'll be fully here in a few minutes. Just got home and stuff. No worries, no worries. GF demands GF time. Take as much GF time as you need or want. Good having you here. We're just pontificating. Ethereal script. Nice. Okay. You know, we could potentially also use something like this. We could make this into the shrine that I'm envisioning if we combine it with a few other objects. Curious what we get by just punching a bone column, but we'll find out. Bone fragment. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I guess we should potentially fix this biome as well. Wonder why it broke. But let's go ahead and let's grab these because it'll be a great asset to build this out with today. Can I screenshot this in time? Surely. Perfect. Alrighty, so let's grab this bad boy, add to my assets. Perfect. Another gig, sure. We'll tree shake all this later. Open in Unity. We'll bring it in. We'll probably just put it over in this area for now. Just so we don't have to run to it all the time and don't have to also move our player around. Although I guess we did literally add the ability to reset our player position somewhere. Don't remember where. So maybe we won't mess with it for now. Yeah, we're downloading this. Hope my stream doesn't get destroyed, but good time to queue up some new music. I think we will go with 90s icons and anthems. And I guess while we wait, we can also take a quick gander through all of our other potential like content that we can add in as shrines. Most of them are not in Git, I believe, just because of the size of the resources. But trying to remember where like a big library of entities is. Here we go. Over in systems. Cool. So we have a bunch of unsorted stuff that probably has stuff in here that we want. And you know what? I think we added these minimap markers last stream, and I'm not sure that I like their look enough to keep them on for now. So let's just nix them for now. And then for our player, which we're not showing on the minimap, we can just include the player layer somewhere. Probably on the actual camera, minimap camera, include player. Let's also include NPCs for now. Okay. So that looks a little bit, or it will look a little bit better. Let's look through assets. We need to find shrines or altars. So we will make a nice little section here. Let's get our area. We'll go create empty, temporary, set as default parent. So when we add stuff in, it'll be nice here. We're over there. Now let's see what we got. We have book. This is not a good way to browse through these. Candle. I don't think you can like preview these in the inspector anywhere, can you? Maybe in the 2-column layout? We go to our prefabs. Entities. Prefabs. It's kind of... that'll work good enough. Alrighty, so anything in here that kind of looks like a shrine. That kind of looks like shrine/altar. So we'll just drop them all in here, and we can rebuild a new prefab that has all the functionality and stuff whenever we actually build stuff. But if we take this and we were to, I mean, let's maybe do these over closer to the player. I'm so bad at scale. So we probably want them about the size of the player. This thing is gigantic. This thing is okay, gigantic. Anything else? Cauldron could be. I mean, we could also have just different like visuals for all the different kinds of shrines, depending on what kind of outcome they do. So we could do like a cauldron. We could even swap out its model with like this while it's working or something. I feel like we probably want to use the cauldron for like a workstation or something, so let's not include that one. Gravestones are probably good opportunity here, but we need ones that look a little bit more grand. And it looks pretty bland. Just looks very scaled up, not that great. We're gonna drop a few more things in, and then we will eventually go into the game and kind of poke around how we want things to look. Ooh, this obelisk one actually could be great. That's closer to what I was envisioning, especially if we add in like some flowers around it or something. Let's see if we've got anything else. I mean, we can also combine some things. So like here, we can start getting like paper that the player would feasibly be reading from. So maybe we'll do some combining of these as well. But that looks a lot better. I mean, they look very low poly basic without something. What is this? Oh, a staff. Okay. Let's see. I mean, a light source on them would also make a lot of sense, because then we could actually put a real light source on them, which will draw the player's eye to them, because I worry we're either going to need to make them very large, or they're going to be very easy to miss, unless we do some other like visual trickery. So we're looking, that looks the best so far. These are still very janky. I think we want to keep using this one way over there for its own thing. But these are looking like, this guy looks like he could be used as a altar. Let's see what else we have. I mean, we could also kind of put something coming out of it. Potentially. If we wanted that light. But I don't know that that looks real, like normal, fine. You know, I kind of like the idea of having the light above it to draw your eye to it, but the wood is a bit much. And we can just build it like manually also, but I'm just trying to like get pieces together right now that we can kind of get a sense of the blocking. Ooh, I don't know that we use this dead tree anywhere. That's a nice tree to have. But other than that, we don't really have other like obelisk looking things yet. I mean, we could even keep layering and stuff. Why didn't you guys stop me from doing this? This looks so bad. It does get rid of some of the wood, and we just have the like support beam, which is nice. We're cooking. Could be worse. And can I just parent this under this guy and then reset his position to center it and then bring him up? Okay. Probably bring it up a little bit more. So that's not a problem. Is that bad? I mean, I like the two-tonedness. I like having the light. We could potentially put a different material on this. What material does this guy use? Copy. That's the same one, but alright. How does that work? Oh. Huh, okay. Well. Is this bad? Is this bad? We got our street light. Let's add that in. Graveyard pillars. Its own thing. Let's go ahead and take this guy, copy him over, and get rid of that pillar so we have a couple options. And then maybe we'll go back and look at what other assets we had. But so far, this guy is probably our best bet. Although, this guy's starting to grow on me. Especially if we can just reduce the size of the wood a little bit so it'll fit within the bounds of the square. So it looks like it's coming out the top instead of kind of meshing with it. I want to move it a little bit forward to even that out. That's looking better, I'd say. Not sure which of the two is better or worse. Some cool like texturing where they blend together with the stone. Okay. So buildings, chests. I mean, do we need a container to put the item in? Probably not. Crystals, dead trees. We could like decorate the details a little bit if we made these very small. We can definitely start getting more like elemental looks with something like that, but that obviously just reuses the crystals that we use for mining. So I don't love it. But it is getting us closer in like vibe to what we're looking for. The desert shrines could be interesting. They're probably gonna... Ooh, this would look cool if we had it rotating, I bet. Just need to kind of angle it upwards and then figure out how to get it rotating on this axis, which is not one of its 3 normal axes. But something like this could be nice, especially if we can start combining some elements with it as well. So let's put it over here. We'll look at some of them. We got, you know, this seems relevant here. But the pixel density of the texturing is going to be very off. if we combine it with anything that we have. It's from our first town where everything is a lot more detailed than it should be. Doors, fences, floors, forge. Don't think there's going to be anything. Some chains could be nice. Like something. It just gives it a little bit of the ominous look. Gives it some little pop of color, some detailing as well. I kind of like that. And like theoretically it could be a place where you attach your item to or something. Let's bring it out. Let's also put one over on the other guy. I like that as well. Yeah, I think those both add to it. This one's a little bit low. And maybe even we've got too much going on. We could put it on the sides instead. Too much going on the front, I mean. Might be a nice way to like balance out the sides. And give them a little bit more visual interest. So let's take that guy. Let's flip the other one around, put it on the other side. And they should be the same height because I just dragged them on the plane, but guess who's into house? Sending some funky tunes, you know? I was playing the Chrono Cross soundtrack earlier and I was like, you know, these are all vibes, but it's almost a cliche at this point that I just keep going back to it. So I put on 90s icons and anthems. We're getting some good ones. It's on shuffle, so no spoilers, but I can only barely hear it in my headphones. I guess I should turn it up a little bit. But yeah, welcome in back. Welcome back in. We are trying to design what'll look like a shrine or an altar. An altar to cheap viewers. Ban. Cool. So we're kind of poking around our assets trying to combine things. But the inspiration of what we're trying to get is like Diablo Shrine. Just like some sort of obelisk looking thing that we can modify the look a little bit to communicate the player what sort of benefits it'll give when you touch it. So like originally Diablo 2, I think this is, they have much of the same shrine, a little bit differently per like area, but they just have a like floating icon above it for different effects. The Diablo 3 ones are the worst. But something like this, and then we'll build out some sort of like riddle system that you need to solve in order to get the boon. But we're just building out the shrine first. And these are our best approaches, Mr. 3D Modeler. We're just combining some objects we have. We also, yeah, we were downloading one to import in as well, so we'll see how that looks. And I'll sort all those later, but we will build something that looks pretty at least. the meantime, trying to think of other designs that we can use for obelisks / altars. Hopefully nixing like half of those files and all the scene files also will cut down this package from 1 gig to something more reasonable. Alright, chains. Probably good. I wonder if this would make something interesting inverted. It'd be fun to do some like kinematic legs. Make this into a little creature or something. Alright, what else do we have? We've got herbs. Jungle Ruins is a whole package that we haven't really used that much outside of one area up in the mountains. So we might be able to find something in here that we could use. You find it unusual you don't get any of the best viewer bots anymore? It's because you already have all the best viewers. They know you're not in the market for any more. I've only got one best viewer, and he's right here. So they're like, hey, you want another one? Wow, that's such a big statue. Does it look more reasonable when we scale it down? Yeah, we are getting in the funky tunes now. Still a little too big, I think. Wondering what the business model of these bot websites look like. You know, I almost guarantee that you pay them for viewers. Well, hey, Twitch, I'm not advertising best viewers or anything, but you probably pay them for viewers, and in doing so, you probably link your Twitch account. And I'm gonna guess that they just have the permissions to like control your Twitch account, and it's partially a scam to like take over your account. Partially you just pay them for nothing. And then I bet all these taken over accounts just become the viewers in the other accounts is what I would guess. But yeah, I am really curious if they make any money at all. But it is pretty cheap to just spam Twitch. We should check, you know? For a while, when I was a kid, well, when I was a teenager, I volunteered at Malware Domain List, which might still be up, and hopefully is just a domain that I can... Oh, this is completely different. But yeah, I used to work for a big malware analysis website, and that involved basically just setting up VMs on your own computer and then running malware and then doing a bunch of analysis to like see how it all works. Very, very interesting. Very, very fun. But boy, howdy, is it terrifying when other things stop working randomly and you're like, oh god, did I not secure this correctly? What the heck is that? Oh, it's huge. It's gate huge. Huh. Okay. Well, just playing with some objects now. We have so many assets that we should probably be using. So it's kind of nice to... Ooh, that's got a cool lighting effect, I think. It's kind of nice to find some uses for some of them. It's almost like a portal. We could have that floating in the air. That'd be cool. Even flipped up like that might be cooler. That probably makes sense over in the desert area. How does that look spinning? Eh. Can we just spin the crystal? We could spin around the crystal. Just spin the crystal. Okay, we can do something with that. Well, some of these things I'm like, I'll just leave it out here because we'll do something with it later. But we'll just scoot them out of the way for now. Anything else in here? Ooh, actually, this is very close to what I was envisioning. And has the nice pop of color that makes it less easy to miss that, like, we added the lanterns to these guys to solve. Okay, okay. We're cooking now. Could even give it a little dice. Something like that. We'll probably end up placing whatever we build here randomly throughout the world at like runtime. So they're always in random spots. So we'll want to probably have a few different options depending on like what area. So like desert and forest, and we've got a couple other funky bits. Do I know of Venice AI? I do not. Never even heard of Venice AI. Private and uncensored AI. Interesting. Is it just them hosting local models? Seems like it might be. It's hosted decentralized. Don't ask me how they do it. Interesting. That makes me think it's P2P, like peer-to-peer hosting. I might be wrong on that, but that's generally how decentralized hosting works. And I bet that they would say something about it here. How does this work? Decentralized compute resources, sure. I see. So it could even be as simple as like someone's running a proxy server and you're just making requests to like OpenAI directly, but it's running through someone else so it doesn't associate with your account or something. But interesting. A lot of the time these like decentralized hosting services, they usually ask you to run like something locally so that you can share some of your GPU stuff with other people making requests, which is like the cool thing about decentralization, I think. So it's curious that they don't, but I guess these big models probably can't run on a lot of consumer hardware yet. But this all makes sense. Are you using it for anything, Human? I'm actually working on a different project where we're dealing with a lot more like trying to get the models to be a lot more edgy and get them to stop twisting things back to being nice. So something like this is probably something that I'll end up checking out for that. Just played around a bit, but nothing serious. Is it a like a web interface, or do they have you install something to run to be part of the network? It's all web. Interesting. Huh. Also, before I forget, these stairs are really cool. I'm gonna run over and... Do I want to get distracted placing stairs over here right now? Probably not, but they do look really cool. And they match the other stuff in the area. It's all web like ChatGPT, but the amount of messages you can send is very limited and free. Like 5 to 6 messages in one chat. Oh, dang. Yeah, that's pretty darn limited. Do you get more messages in different chats? Also, fun fact on that, the limit on messages, like obviously the a partial way around that is like asking a lot of different questions in one message. Kind of obviously, but there's a fun... OpenAI also does sound input, like voice input and like voice encoding and stuff. And what a lot of people are doing right now is speeding up the voice input like 2 times, 3 times, and they're piping all that into the API, and they're getting back 2 or 3 times as much stuff, but it's condensed into shorter time, and you pay per second on the API. I saw that the other day, and I was like, that's really smart. So they're just like talking at 200 times or 200% speed, I guess, and getting back the same results. Very smart. I like it. All right, we are going to get distracted placing stairs over here because, you know what, I like these stairs. And any progress is still progress. Just want like a little bit of stairs. And I don't know if these have colliders on them. They don't, so we'll need to sort that out. Surely AFK, all good. Alright, let's do one more of these guys. Wait, that's... weird offset on that. Let's just do one as you like crest the peak here. I'd say that looks better. Still a big gap there, but I think we should paint something there instead of the stones. Okay. We baking new lighting or something? What just happened here? Did I hit a keyboard shortcut to destroy the lighting or something? Is Unity going to crash? Can I get a quick Control S in before it crashes? Repainting, Control S. Okay, okay. I think we got it in. I'm pretty sure Unity's definitely going to crash here. Alright, we will chill for a second. Not going to press a thing. Not doing anything, Unity. Don't worry about it. Okay, Control S. We are saved. Our lighting is absolutely borked. It looks like Nintendo 64 in here. Alright. Well, let's quickly see if that's actually what has happened. Don't even know what setting I would have toggled. We can go over and like, I don't really want to bake it again because it'll be a long time. Did we potentially like, let's check our changes. Did we change like settings? Oh, you know what? Did we import a new lighting profile from this new asset? I thought I disabled them all, but that could have also been it. But any changes to lighting in here? Objects, prefab, position, scale, rotation. Disabled some object. I'm not going to scroll through all this. Yeah, probably not. We will play. We'll see if the lighting is actually broken. And potentially we'll just restart Unity. That's probably the easiest fix. We shall see. We're just going to vibe today, I guess. Do some painting out in the world. Do some designing. Do some game design too. We'll see if we get to code. But progress is progress. Okay. Well, we are in the game, so we might as well look at some of these to see how they feel. Like, this guy could be a pretty good... I love that lighting effect on the crystal. Some sort of shader based on your angle. Yeah, color based on angle, I bet, unless... No, it's not distance. Huh. Yeah, this would definitely need to be like swirling with some other stuff. These could be fine. Like, they're good placeholders. This is a lot more like bigger something. More dramatic than like these simple altars over here. I don't like any of the tombstones. This is like the other thing that we could do. It's actually too large. Maybe this and this could both be... Maybe not that one. It looks pretty good. But this is also looking really good for like a shrine. See, I think these guys are fine. I just don't love them. They're like a weird uncanny valley from like what I pictured. They're close to it in like shape, but the actual vibe and aesthetic of them is not close. So I think this guy's maybe closest. I could use that. We don't really have to finalize the design for it today. We just needed something to look at while we worked on the code for like functionality. But let's tweak a few things. Let's get rid of all these guys. Let's make this guy smaller. This guy is adorably small based on how big I know he is elsewhere. So we'll get rid of him as well. Let's get this guy swirling. Make this guy swirling, smaller, taller. And let's see if the vibe shifts for any of these. Feel like, oh boy, yeah, that lighting is crazy. All right, let's just restart the project. All good. I bet we did import some like lighting profile that either borked one of our existing ones or like Unity's like, hey, you need to rebake. Let's give this a shot. We will be back in no time. Wow, I've already been streaming for an hour and a half and I've done basically nothing. All right, it's one of those days. All right, and our lighting is not fixed. Oh, you know what? It's only really for that quadrant of the map, I just realized. Huh. So yeah, I bet if we did drag the player over there, we would see the bad lighting. So we'll need to like rebake and all that, but I don't want to do that on stream. So let's make these changes that we said we'd make. Let's quickly go through the rest of these objects. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. And then let's build these altars. So all these can go. They're not mystical enough or they're too mystical. This guy can go. This guy and this guy. Let's nest that underneath. Let's scale this guy down. Something like that'll look good, I think. Let's see if we can get to the crystal itself. We can get it spinning. We could get it bobbing. Let's do that. And we can assign different materials for different color crystals, which will be really nice. That could be how we communicate like the element or the theme of the shrine. But let's get our rotate on. What axis is this? Z, X, Y. So we want Y rotation and also bobbing on Y. So rotate on Y, speed 5, sure. Wobble on Y. Let's do a min value of 1.9, max value of 2, so just a really tiny wobble. We've got lights already rigged up on these. They look good, but let's take the whole thing, including the chains that we forgot to nest under it. Let's give it a little bit more room to breathe over here. Same with this guy. Make sure we get that chain as well. Wait, what chain is this? Oh, wrong tower. Okay, let's just put him there. Him there. With this guy, rotating is a little bit harder. Wow, you went way far. Because he's not necessarily rotating on the axis that we would want. But let's see if we can get something close. So like here, if we rotate along Y, it is close. So rotate on Y. Actually, let's not wobble yet. Dope. Rotate on Y. Rotation speed of 20, because we're getting crazy today. Let's bring him up in the air. We will also have him wobble. So min 50. Where does that sit? Oh, that really... What are you nested under? That's... Local scaling is rough. Let's do a min of 52 is like on the ground. Sure. And then up here will be 54. Sure. Double speed of 5. Alrighty. So now this guy is the last one. Let's bring him over here and we'll just do the same thing for him. Although he's inverted, so we'll see how things look. But crystal, we want rotating on Y. And then the whole thing, we want wobble on Y. With a min of 56. And I guess 56.5, that's such a low range for precision. And then I don't know what a good wobble speed is, but let's just see how things look. So nothing moves on these static ones. Is that fine? I would say so. Let's go look at our shrine options. But I'm kind of liking this one in the middle. Just because it kind of ticks all the boxes, but also is expandable to change materials and stuff, and has some movement as well. Okay, those are some fast wobbles. Alright, so this guy, wobble speed of 1. Wobble speed of 0.1. Yeah, that's better. This guy, wobble speed of 1. Still 0.1. Okay, and then what's wrong with this crystal? Where are you at? Why are you way down here? Min value. Are you going down even further? 47, going up, back down. Interesting. Huh. Okay, let's fix these real fast. Alright, so you 0.1, 0.1, you switch crystal. I think this is using not local. Transformed out position. Yeah, that should probably be local position. I think updating this could break some other stuff, but think we're fine. I mean, worst case, I just go fix the other stuff. Everything's always gonna be fine. Never heard this song before in my life. Alright, so that should now wobble correctly. And we don't want anything like this to rotate, but alright, let's look at things. Surely the wobble will work on the other ones now that we've changed it to local position, but we'll see. I guess I could turn hot reload back on. It's been probably a month since I've used it. But it's probably nice for things like these. Just runs into some issues sometimes of like, there's bugs because it hasn't recompiled stuff and it's not clear that that is why you're seeing that bug. And you're like, I don't understand. Alright, did not work. But I feel like this needs a faster rotation. And probably in the other direction. These shrines are fine. Also fine. So we've got this guy. Rotation speed, let's go -40. And wobble speed, double it. We'll even make it more tornado-y. And then we want to, let's pause this and see if we can get it pointed up. Feels like I'm doing like pottery spinning, trying to get something centered. Wish I could pause pottery wheels. I know I'm gonna have to undo all this though after play mode. But that's getting closer. I just wanted to see if it would look good when we were spinning it pointing straight up. But I don't know that it's gonna work. Wonder what happens if we merge two of these at different speeds. Starts looking cooler. We probably want slightly different lighting on one. But if we were playing and we came across that, we're like, what the heck is this? Right? Not really clear that it's something that you would want to interact with, or if you could, what you would be interacting with it for. But we could probably do something with that in the desert eventually. But I don't think it's going to work for a shrine. You're dying. It's so hot, it should be illegal. You know, it was very hot. I was traveling last week, and it was getting to like the hundreds as I was leaving. I was so glad to be back home because it was like high 70s, and then it got up to 90 something yesterday. And I recognize these are all American temperatures for you, but I went out hiking for 4 or 5 miles in like 90-degree weather this weekend. It was very hot. Yeah, that's pretty rough. 36 Celsius is pretty darn high. It should be illegal to be that hot. I agree. You translated that to American. Wow. When I first moved out here to the west coast of the US, the first summer that I was here, it got up to, I think it was 114 for 3 days straight, which I can convert that to Europe for you. 45 for, it was 3 or 4 days straight, and it never got below about 26 at night, so things never cooled down. And it was the first summer that I was here, and I was like, oh God, why have I moved here? And our place didn't have air conditioning, so we were struggling really, really bad. We basically filled our bathtub full of ice, and our cats would lay underneath it to stay cool because it was a nice like clawfoot tub that kept all the cold in. And then my wife and I just rotated like frozen towels on our necks from the freezer. We have air conditioning now, but a lot of places here don't have air conditioning, which is absolutely wild and backwards. And I disagree with it, but people feel very strongly that either you don't need air conditioning because it's only hot for a few weeks during the summer, or air conditioning is bad for the environment. And I could probably see that, but boy howdy can I not function when it gets above like 90. Jesus Christ, on a jumping jet ski. Do you have an AC? Yeah, it's pretty rough. Like, I think there were people that died from the heat. Like, people's pets were in danger. We had some friends that had AC, so we went over to their house for a day and like brought our pets over so they could like cool down. It was like also during wildfire season, so like a lot of California was on fire, Washington was on fire, so our skies were red, like a dark red during the day during this like 115-degree weather. So it looked very apocalyptic, not even post-apocalyptic. Would not recommend. You saw memes about that. Yeah, it was rough, and you'd wake up in the morning and you still have to go to work. So it's like you get in your car and the skies are red and everything's on fire, and you're like, all right, time to go work 8 hours. But at least most offices have air conditioning, so that's how they get you. All right. Yeah, I decided we're not going to do anything with these rocks. Let's nix them. Though none of this matters because we're in play mode. But we need to figure out why our crystal for this guy is not where he should be. So this guy, wow, he has so many reflection probes. Where are you? Way down here. Interesting. Wait, why over here? Oh, because, right, we switched to low. Okay. So, let's keep this at regular position. And let's go ahead and if we rename this, is it gonna need us to reset this on all of our objects? It just might. But these are effectively delta from current axis position. So we can just like wait, why wouldn't that work before? Interesting. You got something for me on Discord? Alright. What do we got here? Let me not leak much of our chat. Here we go. McDonald's on fire has been turned into a Call of Duty loading screen. I believe it. Yeah, that checks out. We didn't have as much active fire flying through the air, but our skies would look like this at like 4 p.m. or so, and they were just red or orange through the rest of the day. It's pretty rough. Great memes, though, so at least there's that. What did I do during that time? I laid on the floor. I covered myself in frozen washcloths and ice. And that's about it for about 2 or 3 days straight. I did nothing because I could not function from the heat. I got up and did my best to go bring my wife new ice, new frozen things, and check on my cats. But no one's going to get in trouble for not working during heat wave like that. So like cold baths, cold showers were really nice. I got into nice little, the heck is this air? Invalid AABB in AABB. I got into some DIY like setting up box fans with buckets of ice behind it and like trying to get the cold air to push through. And you can't really think that well during when you're that hot. So I did nothing. So that's to say, in your current too hot weather right now, you should just do nothing. Go like take a cold shower and then play some Switch in the bath or something. Okay, so Drew said yes. Next week I'm gone a convention, and tomorrow I want to upload a new YouTube video. You can't chill? Maybe you will be able to do those things better if you chill now. Because if you push yourself too hard now, you won't be able to do those things when the heat goes away. That's just what I'm saying. What else? Oh, yes. I have something to show you. I was cranking on a new website design yesterday, and I got to show it off to somebody because we haven't posted this anywhere yet. Let's see, where's this window? You can sleep when you're dead. You can also sleep when it's super hot out. So we are finally getting around to releasing You Are Not Alice. So when we released Elixir Emporium, we got a nice little like full page website about it. Just so we can send people to it. Got all the cool stuff, got videos, got pictures, got details, got screenshots, it links to Steam, etc. I was working on one for You Are Not Alice yesterday, channeling the retro hacker vibes, and I'll show you what I got. Just went live right before this stream. We got some cool matrix effects. We got some glitchy text, some rotating text, shaking text. We got, things are happening. Looks cool. We got details. We got a trailer. Retro hacker vibes. Here we go. We've got like, mission things, tell you what to do in the game. Some screenshots again. Click to enhance. But clicking is apparently broken. But I do love the screen shake and like inversion of colors when you hover over them. Wish list buttons. More details about the game, specs, about us, more links to Steam, etc., etc. New page. How did you do that with the letters scrambling and the glitchy effects? It was like 20 lines of JavaScript, I think. Let's go see. How do I get... Where are we at? That's our matrix effect. Drawing on the canvas for the matrix. Here we go. Initialize glitch text. This is the worst way to show you, but I don't have the code on this computer. So for any span or div or whatever that has this glitch text element, you specify start text and alternate text, and it just like rotates between them. Can you send me this code on Discord? Yeah. Yeah, original text, alt text, and then it just scrambles, picks random letters between them for a little bit, and then goes to the next text. And fun fact, I didn't write any of this. I had AI write this code for me. But yes, I'll send you... Let me just grab the relevant bits so I don't spam you with a ton of code. Edit text. Yes, please. Text scramble effect. This guy. Might not be perfect. We might have an extra opening brace or something, but I'll send it to you. But yeah, I guess I can also say a lot of this design was also made with Claude code. I couldn't have designed it this well, but I did a lot of tweaking afterwards. Looks very good, I think. I like it. And it makes me want to go back and redo this page, which now looks very basic. This is more my design style. But yeah, it's a cool effect. I also like the shakingness. It's got two different text spans, and it rotates the top one on top of the bottom one. So like this green one is on top of the red one. Just lots of cool little things. But looks cool. Alrighty. So why the heck is this crystal, not that one, this crystal, when we have wobble on y-axis, rotate doesn't modify its other coordinates, just its rotation. Wobble on y-axis, it gets its current x position, its current y position, and it sets that. And it's yeeting it way over in the distance. Oh, you're proud of me. Thank you very much. That's all I needed to hear. I just needed to show it off, and get some good validation, good feedback. How long did I work on the website? That page I did probably 2 or 3 hours straight on. I think it turned out pretty well, but there's probably other stuff that I would want to do, but I think it's good enough for now. I'm moving on to redesigning a lot more of the website and refreshing some other pages now. I'm working efficiently. You should see my laptop. I am notorious for... All of my friends make fun of me because I use a ridiculous amount of workspaces. Like Ubuntu workspaces grid. I need a picture of this in order to demonstrate what's about to happen. So, for the last 10 years or so, I've used a 9x9 grid of workspaces on my laptop. And so each horizontal line is a different project that I'm working on, and each cell within that is usually a different application. So my browser, my consoles, my editor, my blah, 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 my blah, 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 which has worked very, very well for me in the past and helps me jump between different projects really, really easily. 9x9, yes. 81 workstations. I don't use them all, but I like to, one, have a lot of space to if I'm working on some other project, I might want to cluster a couple stuff over in its own area of workstations over here, even if I'm not using everything over there. It's a very visual whatever. But I'm using Claude Code a lot now. I don't know if you've seen Claude Code, which is separate from writing code in your editor. This is its own application, runs in a terminal, and writes a lot of code for you if you tell it what to write. So now, for each of my projects, We're back to a grid. I like my leftmost workstation is always Claude Code, and so I can just like tell one of them to go do something, wait for it to do stuff, and then while it's working, I like go down to another project, tell this Claude Code to do stuff, go down to another project, tell this Claude Code to do stuff, and just like jump back up and see who needs me next. And then I can like go over and go preview stuff, go tweak stuff, go change stuff. And I get so much more done. Like in the last 2 weeks, I have probably done more than I've done in the last 2 months now that I've started using this. And it's pretty nice. It kind of feels like, I don't know if you used Copilot at all when you write your code, where it like auto completes the line, or like sometimes auto completes whole functions. I used that for about a month, and then I went on like a plane ride where I didn't have internet, so I couldn't use that. And it was very, very jarring to have to like write everything, every keystroke by hand. Like I could still do it, and the next plane ride, I was like, all right, what can I build by hand in this 3-hour trip? But it is definitely noticeable when you don't have it. It's just such a huge boost. So now that I'm using Claude Code on all these projects, like this will be the game that our company is working on. Maybe this is like our website. This is like our API stuff. It's very, very noticeable when I jump over to like Unity, where we don't have it quite set up and working yet. We still need to build some like server stuff to make it work. I feel so much slower working in this, so it's almost like I'm just kind of just vibing, and like it's more fun to get in and just like, ooh, does this need to be a little bit lower? Which Claude Code can't really do that well, but is more of like the same vibes I get like when I paint and stuff. So it's interesting to see the like printing press effect basically of writing code right now. But it's letting me do so much more, which is kind of nice. Am I a hacker or something? If I were a hacker, I probably shouldn't admit it on the internet. You should give it a shot too. Yeah, I mean, it's Copilot and like, I forget what the like, there was Copilot and something else. They were kind of drop in and they worked immediately, and it was almost no effort to like learn, and you were instantly a little bit more productive. I would say there's a lot more of a learning curve. You need to like figure out how to use it, but also like how to prompt it and how to like manage these things. But it feels like there's a lot more productivity to extract out of it. It's just a little bit harder to get into, but could be something to try. It doesn't work that well with Unity at all, because I mean, especially in Unity 6, like all the LLMs out there have a knowledge cutoff date of before Unity 6 came out. So none of them know like how to use its features. They're using outdated docs, all that. So works well in some things, works not so well in others. But it did help me build out this page really, really quickly. Like it probably would have taken me multiple days to build this without it, but I did it in like 3 hours, which was nice. Sponsored by Claude Code, I guess. Right. And now that I've talked about how smart AI is, we can talk about how dumb I am for not knowing why this stupid crystal's not working. Should be fine while keeping the context in C#. It works fine in C#. Like we used to have it set up in Unity. But a lot of the like magic sauce that it does, if you say like, hey, I need to add this page to my website, it goes through and like does a ton of work like looking through all the other code in your project and like how your project is set up and like how you style things on other pages before it even starts writing any code for that new page. So it's really, really smart in like seeing how you do things and continuing in that style. But it can't really do that in Unity because it's a lot harder to like work with the editor, I guess. Like if they wanted to, if I told it like, hey, this crystal is 50 units below where it should be while it's wobbling, it's sitting in a terminal and it's not sitting in the Unity window. So it doesn't really have a way to say even like, hey, what components are on that crystal? And then it would be able to go look at those scripts and probably find the errors. But like even that initial thing of like, how do I see what components are on this object? Or even what object is the person referring to when they say, hey, that crystal? It's a lot harder to like link the knowledge together in Unity. So they struggle a lot. And Andrew and I, Tony Sprocket, the other Andrew, we've built out a lot of like services that live inside Unity that like give these tools access to Unity specific features to try and get all this working. We haven't worked on that in a couple months, but now that I'm like fully drinking the Kool-Aid on Claude Code for other projects, I'm like, I should probably get that sorted out again so we can like move a lot faster. And it's just such a night and day thing of like, I'm going to spend the next maybe 5 minutes figuring out why this 2-line script isn't working when the alternative in any of my other projects would be like, hey, that crystal's not positioned right. What's the problem? And it'll go through and make the change here, like make any changes here, make any changes here. It's just kind of crazy to watch, is all. But yeah, speaking of that, I don't know why this is not working. We are taking our wobble speed times time for T in a ping pong between max value and min value. These are min and max, okay. Then we add our min value back, so we'll get something between 0.9 and 2. We set our new y, which should probably be, we should just do like a void start public float origin y, origin axis value. Let's set that from our transform.position y, and then we can use that instead of this relative positioning. Might work. Origin axis value is y. So now we can do offsets from there, which turns this into more of a delta than absolute positions, which I don't know that we want, but maybe we do. All right, we're gonna turn on hot reload too, because it's a long compilation process. All right, so this would say it's absolute position also. So if we did just between 1 and 2 here, let's also make this private. Let's see what the crystal does here. Should be bobbling between 1 and 2 units above this original position, going back and forth like this. But I'm worried it's just going to be 50 units below again. Okay, that looks correct. We are bobbing. Wobble speed of 0.1 looks better. Let's get our rotation up. 20, 30, 50. That looks pretty good. It's too high, but we can work with that. If we take this guy down to 0 and 1, it's looking good. Should probably be a little bit higher. You could even do like, let's do 0.5 and 2. How's that look for an altar that you would give an item to? Hey, what's wrong with our UI? Okay, that's a little bit too high, I think. But other than that, seems pretty good. Our other one is completely gone, I just realized, which means everything that we absolute positioned before is probably needing reset. But let's go ahead and let's take this, bring down the max to 1.5. See how high he gets, and then we'll go ahead and copy these, exit play mode, paste them in. So we got good positioning. That was at the top. I think that's fine. Doesn't go too high. That's how high it gets. I think that's fine. We could even do some sort of like beam effect between it to kind of link them, because it kind of gets pretty separated, but I don't think it's too high. So let's take these values. Let's see where our key ended. Oh, it's way high up. Okay. So yeah, 0 and 1. It's gonna look good for him. For wobbling. Yeah, that seems fine. Cool. So yeah, they're relative deltas on the position, which is what we would like. Makes it things simpler, I'd say. All right, so here, switch crystal, paste values. This guy, wobble between 0 and 1. Let's also speed up the crystal rotation inside a little bit. And then I think we've probably got our shrines. I think this is probably the one that we'll want to use. But we can do something with these. They just look a little bit janky. Like we constructed them from a bunch of Frankenstein parts. So let's go ahead and unpack this guy. Prefab unpack. This guy as well. Prefab unpack. We'll save this guy as obelisk A. Obelisk B. Let's put these guys in our unused. So we don't lose them. We can always use them for something later. This guy, I don't even know what we would call him. But let's go ahead and do the same for him. Unpack, because we kind of constructed him on our own. Let's say like floating crystal container. Put that in our unused. Get rid of it. So now on this guy, we're going to turn him into our shrine. So he's going to need box collider. Here's why our scale's slightly different here, but seems fine. All right, box collider. Good enough. We also want generic interactable panel trigger. So we'll build a panel for our shrine next, I think. But we probably also want some sort of like shrine controller script that initializes it all and just uses this to trigger the panel for it. Or we could remove this and build like a generic interactable shrine or altar trigger or something. How's it going with the contracted project I'm working on? It's going well. So far, they are happy with what we've built and the speed that we've built it at. I'm deep in the weeds of fixing bugs in a big ol' like adding a huge system that like touches everything that we've built right now. So I'm like neck deep in bugs everywhere I look. But the game is coming together. It's pretty small scope game, so I'm hoping that I can have something built and like hopefully can share and like get people playing within a month maybe. Just based on like how things are going so far. We're probably going to build it for mobile first, but it also runs on web. And we could probably do like a desktop version pretty easily just based on like getting the UI looking good. But so far I think it's going well. I'm learning a lot, and it's also kind of fun that it uses a lot of the stuff that we've built in this game and other games. So like not only can I freshen up those skills that I haven't done in a while, but I'm learning more at like the edges of them and like seeing how far you can push certain things. But it's going well. It's interesting working with another team because it's been a long time since I've like done the like team stand-ups, like the sort of like interacting with a full team of people. Before I did this company with Andrew, I was also working for myself for like the last 8 years. So I've very much been a solo man for a very long time. And so it's fun getting back on a team and like working with really, really smart people. And there's a lot to learn from them. So I'm just trying to take advantage of like their industry experience and like ask wherever I can about how games work like in the industry, what they would do for certain things. So I'd say I'm learning a lot and also at the same time making a fun little game. So I think it's going well. I hope they think it's going well as well. But contracts for about 3 months, so hopefully I'll have something soon. Not allowed to drop the name of the studio. Yeah, I mean it's kind of finicky because like they want to keep things under wraps, and so I will abide by that. But like legally I probably could say it, but it's more like they just got some recent like press where people realized what they were doing and they're like, yeah, we want to avoid like all the press hype, which I can respect. Like a lot of games kind of die to press hype. But maybe I can tell you something soon. If I can finish this dang game, I can get it out there for people to start playing, and that'd be the perfect time to be a little bit more public about the whole situation. But yeah, it's fun though. I am definitely learning a lot, and the people that I'm working with are like, I would say, decently big names in the industry. So it's very, very cool to be able to work with them and like learn from them. Alrighty, our shrine is taking shape. Let's look once more at it in the game. It's got a panel trigger on it right now, so it's not going to actually work, but we should at least get a hover effect for it, and the collision box will hopefully work, so we can kind of get a sense of how things will go. I'm not certain that you know them, but I'm fairly sure that you've probably heard of either games or companies that they've worked at. Also, I just realized with this shrine, we talked about... So the goal is you go to one of these. They show up randomly in the world. It's not Bethesda. It's not Bethesda. I wish it were Bethesda. That'd be pretty cool. I'll come back to the shrine. One of our early like company projects was just going to be modding Skyrim, and like instead of doing all this AI NPC stuff that we did in this game and like generating quests and stuff, we were just going to do that for all of the NPCs in Skyrim. Would be pretty fun. When you say it's not Bethesda, it makes me think even more it's Bethesda. It's not Bethesda. I don't even know who... Who runs Bethesda? Bethesda. Todd Howard. I knew him. It's not Todd. It's not Todd. But that would be real cool. Yes, shrine. Right. So our goal is also, yeah, our lighting broke. Our UI is broken now. Oh, you know what? It's probably just Unity bugs. But shrines. We want to go to a shrine. When you click on it, we'll get a panel open that gives you a riddle. Let's do a panel over here. You will open up your inventory, craft some item that you think is a solution to that riddle, and then you'll drag that item over, and if it solves the riddle, that item will be magically affected by whatever type of shrine it is. If it doesn't solve the riddle, you'll get some sort of like other effect, like enemies around you spawning that are based on the item that you gave, or like a buff or debuff based on the item you gave. It could be fun to have a third option since we have these crystals. If you don't want to engage with the riddle at all, we could just make it so like you could harvest this crystal and it destroys the shrine. I think that might be fun too, but I guess we don't need to set that up immediately. We're trying to get the riddles done. It's so Todd Howard. It's not Todd Howard, but the CEO of EA is named Andrew, and so we've got our eye on him for whenever we need to hire a third Andrew. Also, Andrew Gower from the guy who made RuneScape. If you're watching this, which I know you are, we're coming for you next. In the meantime, let's go ahead and just generic interactable world object. We can do a shrine crystal. Just for now, we'll sub in a real name whenever we initialize the shrine. And he's going to need a box collider as well. And then we'll rig it up to where if you harvest this crystal instead of doing the shrine, we'll just like destroy the shrine, make it crumble or something. Is Andrew like the default business peep name in the US? No, it's not actually that common. I mean, it's somewhat common, but it's a joke because the game studio, Chromagolm, our game studio, is just 2 employees, both named Andrew. which coincidentally is because I'm named Andrew and my friend is named Andrew. But we always joke about hiring more Andrews. Every second CEO is named is it Stefan or Stefan? I feel like I have a friend in Belgium named Stefan, but I have only ever talked to him online, so I don't know if he. It's Stefan. I think it's Stefan. But that does seem like a common name for some of those countries. You have to pronounce it Stefan or Stefan. I like Stefan now. You actually have to be named Andrew to own a business in the US. You know what, Cozy? We can't be trolling people in chat on my channel. But it is true, actually. And I can't believe you would give away the American secrets. Act German for a second and pronounce it. I would prefer not to yell into the microphone. But Stefan? Yeah, I think that's how you pronounce it then. Michael? I'm gatekeeping the truth. I mean, what else is new, I guess? Also, welcome on in, Cozy. Hope you're doing well. I know you're starting a nice new project this week. Hope that's going well. Human, that was a flawless German accent, right? Could have been an accident too. Waffles? Human? Autobahn? Good Morgan? Flawless. Hold on, I'm cooking. You're missing out, my man. Alright, we're gonna get the shrine working. So we're gonna say generic shrine. And we will unpack this bad boy. This bad boy. Same with the base it's on. We will give it a shrine initializer. Is that how we want to do this? Initializer. So we probably want something that places these throughout the world, which could do the initialization from there. But we need a lot of logic in that. So we could encapsulate it in this shrine initializer, or maybe even shrine controller script, and just trigger it from wherever we're initializing them from. Doing well. We'll only be here for like 30 minutes, but glad to catch some. Glad Human's been keeping you company. He has. He came in. He's like, hey, I told all of your other viewers I got it this week. Just me. And then was talking about how to buy the best viewers. And I was like, I'm not interested in buying more viewers, man. But he's been good vibes this time. Good to have you both here. Think you should check out Discord again. Oh no, what have we done? Oh, okay. We have a pronunciation guide. Are you going to be yelling in this? Also, I don't think it should probably come through on OBS. Let's turn on desktop audio. It's not copyrighted anyway. You better not be saying anything naughty. Stefan. I got it. First try. Stefan. Stefan. New sound redeem indeed. It will be here for the next stream. It's perfect. I still have no idea what that first sound is. Is that like the air from your lips, or are you making a sound on purpose? Is that the accent or is that pronunciation? Stefan. Stefan. Like I can see your lips moving based on the sound. Stefan. Whoosh, whoosh. You know, I gotta practice my whooshing sounds to get that accent right. Whoosh, Stefan. Imagine pronouncing shop, but right after the esh is a T. Stefan. Okay. Stefan. I got it. Stefan. Please, just a 24-hour stream of you playing the sound and trying to copy. You know, what do you think we're doing here? Stefan. I nailed it. Stefan. BRB heading to Germany right now. Thank you for the pronunciation guide, Human. I appreciate that. Stefan. I had so many troubles with that as a child, so I think it's not that easy for foreigners to learn that. Is there a character in your alphabet that makes that sound? Or is it just like a sound that happens to occur with all of the other characters? Like when you have ST, is it always Stefan? Or do you ever have stop? Wait. ST is always like SHT. I see. All right. Well, Stefan. Interesting. Imagine learning accents when you tune in to a Twitch stream. Ah, yes. Like Streichholzschachtel. Perfect. Also, what did I just say? The world may never know. Different window. Translate. Matchbox. Streichholzschachtel 20. Thank you for teaching me German. But bedankt. That's your welcome. That's not thank you. I tried. I don't know yet how we want to architect this code. But I guess we can just have static shrines throughout the world for now. I hope it's okay I clipped that. Oh no. Let me see if I can go watch that. It desperately needed to be clipped. I'm sure it did. I don't even know how to get to my clips because your URL got clips. I'm sure it was perfect, so thank you for clipping it to prove that I have a flawless German accent. If anybody ever debates that with me, I'll just point them at the clip. Just realized we have no sound because we were trying to Stefan. That was a pretty good one. We are getting back in and we got music again. Cool. So you last one for today. All right, the music can hold off for one more second. What do we got here? Strike, Holtz, shot, tell. Perfect. That's what I said. Strike, Holtz, shot, tell. Perfect. Matchbox. Nailed it. Thank you for that. I guess it's only fair if I'm teaching you English words occasionally, very occasionally, in your stream. You can start teaching me some German ones. Although I request more interesting words than Matchbox. Stefan. I sometimes use fancy words. That is an incredible compliment. Thank you. I will take it. But, all right, so if we don't know yet how we want to structure the Shrine controller's logic, we can at least start on some UI, and then I can just be vibing in UI instead of just staring at this thing for 20 millennia. So, this is a great opportunity to go look at our V2 NPC window to see if we could potentially use this. Although it doesn't have a slot to drag items into. It's all about those conversational actions, which we don't want to do with an inanimate object. So maybe this is the opposite of what we want. Could use an NPC window like this. That's pretty like clunky on the stream for interacting with an inanimate object though. So maybe we take this guy and we copy it, get rid of the image, get rid of the actions, and just put an item slot down here. Maybe center it on the screen. So let's get to designing. We will say shrine window. And we'll unpack this before we forget and actually apply our changes over to the NPC window on accident. Alrighty. Design time. We know what we're doing now. NPC details, gone. Trade tab content, gone. Player response container, believe it or not, gone. So, now, why would we scale our text this way? Talk tab content message. Is this not? Oh, right, because we don't know what we're doing in UI. That's why. I forgot. All right, so let's see what we can do with this. Because we want it to look good, first of all. Seems like a good step one to strive for. So let's go ahead and get everything nice and bounded. What? Now why incarnation? Content size fitter. Remove. Stretch everywhere. Okay, we're cooking. Except it's not in bounds. Okay. You know what? We don't need any of this. We can just do it on our own. So we take our background, make that stretch correctly. Okay. Do we not have dimensions on this? Why are things not stretching correctly inside of it? Okay, they just are. Cool. Let's go take out the other pieces we want. We want a frame. Get that stretching. Perfect. Let's also move this over here so we can see things. Talk tab content. Will we need scrolling in this window? I don't think that we will. So let's just take our message, put that in our shrine window. All right, background. Cool. Let's center this guy, move him up. I'm just now reading this default text that I probably wrote like a year ago. Excellent work, me. Let's center it. It has a content size fitter on it apparently. Let's get rid of that. So now it's centered. Let's actually position it anchored at the top, moved down. Let's get the title working. You gotta upload something on Steam Playtest. I don't know that I have heard of Steam Playtest. Is that separate from the normal, like, Steam depots? Not playtests. I've never heard of this. New feature built right into Steam and allowing you to invite players to test your game without having to manage keys or external mailing lists. Okay, so it's steps around like adding your game to their library. You have the regular store page, demo page, and also playtest. Interesting. Join the playtest. Is it like a timed playtest or is it just like evergreen? They go into a queue. You can let in as many players as you wish. Interesting. And then you remove it. I think this is a clever way to avoid like the key situation because I think once they have it in their library, they have your game forever. So if you give them a key to test things, they can't buy it later. A secondary supplementary act ID, yeah. And it won't cancel out or compete with wishlists on your real game. Okay. No reviews. Interesting. This is a very good question to which I'm supposed to have the answer for. All right. No worries. No worries. I'll learn all about this from you after you've done it. Tools are in beta, so it's a new thing. Free to use. Interesting. And it's not a replacement for early access. Huh. So my question is why? Why are you using this? Is this before you want to go into early access? Is it like a framing for players to like say, hey, this is still early in development, try it out? Or are you using it for more like, I don't think you've got the multiplayer stuff in yet, so the queue of players isn't for like not overwhelming your servers, I'd imagine. What are you using playtest for? Title card, plate, frame, text. Shrine of Lightning. Right. Let's put this guy up here. I feel like we should probably make this larger. We'll have dynamic names, which might be larger, but also I think the font can be larger as well. This is more of a title. Did that change? It's exactly the same. 16. 50. 16. Oh, it's a text and not Text Mesh Pro? Interesting. Let's get rid of that. Shrine of Uncertainty. Because we don't know what kind of shrine it'll be yet. And I think this will be fine. We'll do a little riddle here. We'll have a slot for putting an item into here. And then we'll also have a button. Like, we can do stuff when you put the item in automatically, but I think having a button to press feels like, yes, I submit this. Is it correct type vibes. So we'll do that. And I think we've gotten everything that we need out of this old design. So let's go grab an item slot. Switch back to one layout mode, which is so much nicer. Shrine window, inventory slot. Doesn't have dimensions. Okay. So let's make it 256. Big ol' slot. We center it, we move it down. And then we'll add a button, which I don't know that we have any prefabs for, but we can do something real quick. That's just the image. Am I Canadian? No. Unfortunately not. No, I am American. But if you catch me traveling anywhere, I might leave it ambiguous. Why? Just wanted to ask. No. Yeah. We wish to be Canadian. Cozy's got it right. Actually, we could do like one of these guys. Circular button. We don't necessarily need to do the big old bland boy. Let's see. What do we got here? No reason, but I'm honestly. I think it's not necessarily being Canadian as much as not being American. But, I mean, Canadians are known for being nice and polite and soft-spoken and have really good syrup. I like all of these things, so I ain't complaining. Are you Canadian, human? Let's align our widths. So 256 is what we're looking for. Center that, bring it down, and then we'll change the text to like submit or something. You think it could be interesting to be Canadian? I mean, it probably would be. It's very pretty up there and very like wilderness vibes in a lot of areas, because I mean, a lot of the areas you can't really live in most of the year. For the most part, I can't complain for being German, for the most part. I wouldn't be mad being German. Alright, so now if we resize this window, we probably want these anchored from the top, actually. Let's get our slot at the top and moved down. And our button at the top. Although, at this point, we probably want like a vertical layout group just for when this text is different sizes. It'd be nice to have rights. It would be nice. And it would be nice to like maintain any rights that one has as well. Like that would be nice. But having rights also allegedly pretty nice. I wouldn't necessarily know. Reading news sometimes can be frightening, but that's about it so far. Yeah, we got a good amount of news over here to supplant. What are those called? Horror houses? Horror? Frightened houses? Scared houses? What the heck is the Halloween house called? Scary house. Haunted house. That's the word. Haunted house. Yes, thank you, Cozy. Yes. We could open a haunted house and just have people read news in it. And it would be pretty scary. The stress about that is more theoretical, mostly in our minds, I think. You know, I would like to think so. I mean, so far at least, I don't know what may happen. Yeah, it certainly feels like a lot could happen, and a lot is being set up to happen. But in that lens, not a lot comparatively has happened yet. But still, some stuff has happened that is still pretty scary in its own right. And yeah, the uncertainty of not knowing is also pretty rough. Alrighty, so how do we want to get this working? Let's also add a, do we have an embellishment thing? We do, but I don't remember what it's called. We don't need to style this quite yet. Let's go ahead and get this centered. Looks pretty good. Let's bring it up above the character a little bit. It's like a, it's in front of you. That's the thing you're interacting with. And then how do we want this to work? When you open it, we're going to grab a riddle. That riddle will be saved on the shrine. So we probably want, where did our shrine controller script go? What did we add it to? T, shrine controller, generic shrine. What am I editing then? Oh, I'm editing the window. Gotcha. So we're going to need a shrine window controller as well. So when that opens, we populate it with the riddle, the answer. We hook up the button to trigger when we submit an item. We make sure that the window has an inventory that can hold one item just to keep that data. And then when we press the button to solve the riddle, we either want to get back an item, so we could just populate this item slot with a new item, or we'll close it and have things happen. And you'll probably lose the item in that case, but we'll like spawn monsters or give you a buff or something, play some particle effects. So this is probably fine for our initial window. So let's go ahead and get this working all the way through. So if we modify this script to be able to call methods on click, what we can do is have it toggle the shrine window like normal and also execute one of those methods, which would be a method on the shrine controller, which we could use to populate that window with this shrine's data. And that, I think, expands this panel trigger system well, because it keeps everything functioning as it was with no changes, but also lets you extend like additional logic on panels as you open them. So we can say public action. Is that the Unity action? On panel open callbacks. So let's see if that gives us an editor field in the inspector. If it does, then we should be able to drag in a method from our shrine controller. And that can be public void populate shrine window with data. We'll pull that data off this shrine controller. But let's go here. Unity action does not have an inspector thing. How do we do this elsewhere? Callback. Action string. Oh, I probably just needed to include action or something. Action. Signature doesn't really need either parameters or a return, so we can just do action on panel show callbacks. So now over here, if we recompile, will we get a list of functions in our inspector? Hopefully. Maybe. Shrine, list of actions. What? On the panel trigger. I see none. Okay. I mean, I guess that's on a model, so it's not necessarily how we're doing it elsewhere. So if we look at other things that are doing what we're expecting. Guess we can just search for like invoke too, but I'm just trying to figure out what the type is that we use somewhere to get the callbacks that we are trying to add here. On invoke. Unity event. Okay. Huh. Thought that's what I tried earlier. Unity event. I mean, this could also be a case where we're running into the weird issues because of hot reload, but it does seem like it's recompiling, so we should get what we expect if it actually works. Time to run to spin. You should spin to run, Cozy, but also have fun. I will see you soon. Thanks for popping in. Have the best time you've ever had. All right, we got our callbacks. this is what we were looking for. So now we can add things. We can set something on this method to call. Shrine controller, populate shrine window with data by human. So now we can set up this method to run when we interact with this. So let's actually call it before panel show. So we can run it before we actually show it. Cool. So now when we click to toggle this panel, we will call logic from here to populate this specific window, and then we will show it through our normal flow of stuff. So we are basically extending this without needing to duplicate it or like build anything specific to shrines. So, did we have errors? No, we didn't. Okay. So now what we need to do is just set up this to populate the data that we need in the window. So what we have, go back to our window now. Shrine window. This can have a shrine window manager, and actually this might be redundant with the manager on the shrine itself, because what we would probably do, why'd we lose all our files? What we'd probably do is have our shrine manager component that's on the shrine itself just call this shrine window manager with like some shrine object or whatever the parameters are. And we could do that from the callback itself, but it might be a little bit cleaner to do it through these separate scripts. So like here we could have public void populate all fields, and we have set our references. Public text mesh pro UGI, shrine riddle text. We have public text mesh pro UGI shrine name text. We have our public inventory slots manager, I believe it is, not just the inventory slot. And then we have a button, which we probably don't need a reference to because we can set the on-click on the actual button itself. So these are the only things being set, right? If we look here, name, text, we need to initialize the inventory slot. I think that's fine. So here we would have string shrine name, string shrine riddle. So we do that. We initialize inventory slots to 1. Inventory slot manager dot initialize inventory slots, probably. What do we got over here? Does it have an inventory on it, I bet? Yeah, okay. Dot inventory dot initialize all slots. That seems incorrect, but let's see. Num slots is 1. So So I think we actually want inventory slot manager dot inventory is equal to inventory dot from create with size. That's it. So we want to set a new inventory and then also initialize its slots unless this, okay, it initializes it for us. We know too much. It didn't need to do that. But we need to initialize a like backing inventory so we can receive items, dump it back to the player's inventory when we close the window, like store the item data somewhere, etc. Did I do that? Cool. So now, if we go over to our shrine controller, on the object, that means we have a public string shrine name. We have a public string shrine riddle text, which will generate, but we can at least text area 2.5 for that. So here, we're reusing our shrine window, so we need a UI reference back to it. So here, public shrine window manager. So now we can say UI references dot instance dot shrine window dot populate all fields shrine name shrine riddle. Ta-da! However, we still want to public void generate riddle. Generate new riddle text. So if we like generate riddle here, blah blah blah. So this would kind of work, but this happens asynchronously with our generation. Like you make a request to a server, you need to wait for the response, and then you want to put it in wherever. So this doesn't necessarily work because it'll fire off that request and then immediately populate the fields. So we'll end up needing to make it a little bit more asynchronous if we go this route. But what I think we should probably do is on the shrine controller, we should be generating the riddle text before the player clicks on it to open the shrine window. We need to start generating it when maybe the player is within a certain distance from the shrine so that we'll already have this text by the time they click on the window and we can just immediately show the window without having to wait for the generation. I think that's the play. So what we can do is on our shrine object, we'll add a huge sphere collider with a trigger set on it. And then we can have an on enter or whatever the callback is. Check to see if that object that entered it is the player, and if it is, initialize like the riddle or something. So let's do that. I think that'll work fine. So if we take this shrine, give it a, what are our other colliders? Capsule collider. I think sphere is fine. And so this one is a trigger. We can make it nice and large. Well, 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 Patrick finally made it. Thank you, Patrick. Welcome in. Good to see you. Thank you for the 10 months of sub. That's crazy. I forget sometimes that I've even been streaming that long. So those are always a fun surprise. How was work? I know you were working up till here. Thanks for rushing home just for me. And also happy birthday again. I saw Human's message and immediately just copied and pasted it, wishing you an even better message. So I hope you saw mine and not his, and that mine was more meaningful to you. But hi. Human, I do have VODs on if I am correct. But I know Twitch has changed like some settings where they like delete your videos now. I keep getting notices about like, hey, your old videos are being deleted, which is fine because I also upload them all to YouTube. But I'm surprised that things are so finicky. But if I look at my profile, I see some recent broadcasts, so I think they are on. So you should be able to get all those deets on Glitchy Text later. I stole your birthday wishes. Yeah, I repurposed your birthday wishes. They were good birthday wishes. So the important thing here is that Pat had a good birthday. Work was good, just busy. You know, sometimes that's a good work. Good job. Glad you made it out. Do you got any plans for this evening? Is that big enough? You know what? Let's just go large. We can do this. Reset it to 0. So now when the player enters this sphere, we can start generating. And we can do some funky stuff of like, we could track how long it takes to generate, and if like the previous generation took too long, we can just expand the sphere of all other shrines or something to kind of adapt to the user's network or something. But this will be fine for now. Looking at Discord now to see if I can find them. I don't have any plans, which honestly is fine by me. You know? Just chilling and relaxing, great plan. In fact, I was just telling Human that he needs to chill and relax, so he disagreed strongly. Maybe you can convince him if we gang up on him that Human has done a lot, good guy, very smart, deserves some time to relax and enjoy his own time. And he's also really, really good at accepting compliments, so you gotta just chill. Alright, so that should be good. So now, I think we can just do on trigger for sphere collider. I don't really remember how this works, but I think that works. So instead of populating the window, now we can generate new riddle text if we don't have text yet. It's equal to string.empty. And don't do that. Let's just debug.log generating shrine riddle. Neato. Man, I thank you, but I honestly can't chill now. Oh, chill out, dude. You amazing person, you. Respect yourself. What should I tell the people at the convention when they ask why my game is broken AF? Tell them games are hard, and you're trying hard, and you've done a lot. And they can chill. They can chill too. Just tell them to chill. But game looks pretty fun. There will always be more to do. You got it, though. Alright, so I think this works. Or will work. I mean, we still have placeholder here. But now we can get to the fun stuff. We have all of the framing, the piping, the infrastructure working. So when the player enters this sphere, we'll generate a riddle for them. Then when they click on the shrine, they will open the UI window for the shrine, and it will have the generated riddle ready. And then they can give an item to the window and click good job, and then we'll do some stuff there. But I think next step is generating the riddle. Tell them you put your health over the game? Yes. Tell them that the gaming industry valuing games over developer health is wrong, and that you're setting a good example by, you know, just doing the right thing and building a cool game that people like, even if it takes slightly longer than if you were working 24 hours a day. Nameless Coder. That's a name I ain't heard in at least a few days. Welcome in. I don't know if I've seen you in one of my streams before. I usually just watch you. Hi. We're just vibing. We're working on a big old game. I can show around if you'd like, but we're working on riddles and stuff, which we're about to start working on how to generate the riddles. So we've got a shrine here that is going to generate it when the player gets close. Player will do some crafting, craft a solution to the riddle, and give the item back, is kind of the flow there. Just one more week, guys. I'll manage, and then I can chill. Let me find this meme for you, human. One more week. See if I can remember this meme. There you go. Here you go. Let's open this in a new window. Somehow. Can't do that on Instagram, I guess. So, here you go, human. This goes out to you. Disregard that it's from Modern Mom's Instagram, but it's always one more week. You can get through this week, but then after that week, you gotta chill. You gotta relax. You gotta say, I did the thing. I did the conference. I did the thing. It's time for me to relax. You're just setting new standards for the industry now. Hell yeah. I might have been in one a while back. If you have time, I'd love to see it. Yeah, I'll show you around. Give me 1 minute. Let me catch up on chat. But yeah, I'll show you around before I get into the generation of riddles. And then we'll jump back to the code. It'll be a good segue. Why do we have a syntax error? Did I forget to close something? No? Clear. Okay. Human always speaks in memes. Memes always convince him. There we go. You know, I actually saw that meme a while back, and I've thought about it many, many times, thinking like, yes, that's right. I need to take some actions to not have that be right. So it's a good way to help carve out a little bit of time for yourself. Oh, right. I should probably turn off desktop audio. Turn that on earlier. Cool. So yeah, let's jump in the game. Let me close this window by hand real fast. Wherever that was. UI window, shrine window. Oh, right. We don't have a close button on this, so we'll just disable it. But I guess before I forget, title card gets there. Text is there, and inventory slot is there. Cool. Disable this, and let's play. Holy cow, vibing with the playlist. Thank you. I actually, before the stream, looked around at a bunch of like video game lo-fi. The last one that I played, I was very unhappy with because I didn't know any of the songs, and they weren't really lo-fi and false advertising. But I started the stream playing a Chrono Cross soundtrack yet again, and I was like, nah, I'm gonna scare everyone off again. So I just went with 90s icons and anthems. I cannot take responsibility for the good playlist, but it's good vibes. You know what? Before I play, maybe I should restart Unity, because we got some. I don't know if I like did some keyboard shortcut or something earlier, but like our UI is struggling to load, and I bet. I mean, we'll just play and run over there. But there's one quadrant of the world where all the lighting is broken. So I don't know if it's like Unity issues or if I need to rebake all the lighting, but I don't know why the UI now has gaps in it and stuff. But yeah, this is the whole game, guys. You just run around in circles, and it's fun. You can press space to jump, WASD to move. Surprise, surprise. So in this game, you are a traveling alchemist. You have the ability to combine any two items in the game. That's the core concept. And you can take any items, whether they have crafting recipes or not. So we could take some scrap leather and some herring, and you combine them into a new item. It generates the recipe on the fly. It's actually generating new game data, and it'll apply like stats and stuff. So we've got a leather fish pouch now. So maybe we even want to take that back and apply more scrap leather to it. And we can just keep generating new items, new crafting recipes. They're all stored in your codex, so you can reuse those same recipes. They are effectively random the first time you do them, every time you play. But once you've done any recipe in the game, it'll save it in that game, and then you can use that from then on. So you can build out like long crafting chains where you go harvest a bunch of this, and you know that it'll combine into this with some other item that you have, and so on. So that's kind of the gist of crafting. There's a bunch of different types of items. You've got materials, consumables, equipment, weapons, tools. They function slightly differently with each one, but like tools, we don't have any on hand, so we can just punch this tree. But punching a tree gives us a stick. If we were to craft a tool, maybe stick and scrap leather might give us one. Then you'll get a different item from this tree. So we got a leather wrapped stick. So we can now use that on the tree. And yeah, definitely a lot of stuff is broken. The UI is broken. But now we're going to research what that tool on that object gives, which generates behind the scenes more crafting recipes, more harvest recipes, new items. So now we're getting pine sticks. You can see how this will build on itself like infinitely when you can combine any two items into new items and also use any item on any object in the world. We are working on this shrine right now, which doesn't do anything, but we can harvest from the crystal if we want. Let's actually do that. I tried to scroll in another window and it interrupted. So we get shattered crystal shards. Very cool. So all of that is a good way to like get a bunch of items. But what do you do with all the items is a good question. And we're still adding a bunch of stuff to do things with the items. That's one of the reasons why we're adding shrines and puzzles today is like you're asked a riddle and then you use this crafting system to craft the solution to that riddle. But another thing that you do with them is quests. So we've got a couple towns in the game. Each town has a bunch of different NPCs. Each NPC has his own personalities, memories, stuff that he can do. So this guy just stands guard, but a lot of people will like walk around town, go sit by the lake, enjoy it. They can even start conversations with you, which is a little bit jarring as a player, but if they've got something important to say, they might. But if you talk to one of those people, they'll generate quests based on their personality and their memories and the things around them. So we've got a broken gate here, and his quest on Tutorial Road, which we call this area, is to give him a tool. Any tool, he's going to use that tool to open the gate for us. So luckily we have a tool on us, this leather wrap stick, but let's just combine it with some shattered crystal shards. Maybe we can get like a wand or something. All right, we got a staff, which is pretty cool too. So another thing to point out on the tools, each tool has a stat it's associated with. So when you use that tool, you're going to be gaining XP in that skill, which each have like stuff that they unlock for you. So a lot of this still needs to be fleshed out, but planning to have new alchemy spells for like manipulating your items, planning to like smithing is pretty fleshed out. You can't click on it apparently because of the chat. But you can learn a bunch of new smithing recipes, craft a bunch of new items that way. Cooking is going to be a fun one, I think, when you can use any item on any object and so on. So that'll be fun to play with like cooking mini games and stuff. But yeah, we have an item now, or we have a tool that we can give him. So we just drag that over. We do some AI behind the scenes to see if that tool solves their quest. And this one actually did not. So he needs a tool with more brute force. So let's grab some stone and combine that with a stick. And we can get a primitive hammer. So we'll go back to him and we'll give him a primitive hammer, see if that solves it. And it did. So it's a fun little bit of reasoning. Like, I guess he doesn't know how to use magic or something, so he can't really use a staff, I guess. But he can hit it with a hammer. So he fixed the gate. We can get into town. And now there's going to be a lot more like NPCs that all have their own quests, a lot more items to interact with, objects to interact with. There's items to find on the ground. There's a bunch of people to meet and like talk to. So we got like a blacksmith over here who's going to be chatting away and looks ridiculous. We also have workstations throughout most towns. So like the sharpening wheel is a very specific workstation where if we put in like a hammer, it's just going to sharpen it and generate a new hammer. And typically this will turn it into a weapon as well, but we got a stone axe, which gives us smithing XP, so pretty nice to have. That's a good way we'll like learn a bunch more recipes. We've got the anvil, so as you level up smithing, you're gonna get more recipes. I have completely lost the chat, but I do see that Human is finally headed to bed, finally gonna relax and chill, and I will interrupt my spiel for that. Go chill. You finished some amount of work, and progress is progress, my man. Good job. While I'm interrupted, let's check out this chat real fast. Pat's excited to see what additions have been made since the last time you've seen it. Hopefully there's some new stuff in here. I also saw, has the minimap always been here? It has not. We added that last stream. The minimap, I think, looks really cool with this like 3D effect. I don't know how useful it is. Like, obviously you probably want the more like 2D orthographic view, but I kind of love the like bird's eye view as you look around. It's not that useful, but very cool style. I like it. And last week we also added a world map, which you can see the broken lighting over here really well on. Don't know why that's the case, but we'll probably add like zooming on this map and like panning around, I think is how we'll get it to look how we want. Because it's a large map, so everything is very, very small. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to be zoomed out like this. And especially we want to have like a good example of, I got this. RuneScape interactive map. This is the map that I'm inspired by. So we can have a map like this where it's zoomed in a lot more and you can pan around, you can zoom in more, but importantly you also have little icons for like the workstations in the world, maybe NPCs, maybe like special items or objects that you need to interact with. This will probably end up looking more like this, but not like so flat 2D style, I think. I think just interactive wise. It's nice to be able to be like, oh, I'm here. I need to find this specific workstation, so I'll look around on the map and see what town near me has it, and then go there. It's kind of a fun way to explore. Back to chat, back to chat. Lo-fi stuff gets too monotonous after playing every stream. Absolutely. Tomorrow, Human plays death metal. Can't wait for that stream. Shout out to Human. He's probably gone to sleep by now. I haven't scrolled down in the chat, but if you're not following a regular Human, he's a good streamer, and he's working on a horror game. And also shout out to Patrick Duh, and also Nameless Coder. We got streamers galore in here today, so I follow all y'all. Y'all should follow each other too. And Tony Sprocket's here as well. Excellent, excellent. Lurking as usual. Patrick's just a person who forgets to join the streams. That's fair. You have work and things, so all good. Lo-fi gets monotonous. It's so hard to find royalty playlists that aren't lo-fi. Absolutely. You just pointed out it's late. You never said it's going. Oof. Go to bed, Mr. Man. Alrighty. Wow, I didn't realize it's actually a 3D representation. It's actually really cool. Yes, it's actually literally a camera that is child under the player. Or under the player camera. So like as I move the camera around, it's rotating this secondary camera that's way further out in space to do this, and then we render that camera to a texture, and then we render that texture in the UI. So it's actually a camera like flying around in the world to get this effect, which is kind of cool. And we didn't even need to like set up its any code for it, because we just parented it under this normal camera and positioned it in the world so far out. It's cool. All right, Human is finally headed out. I've never been so excited to kick someone out of my stream. Get some sleep. Thanks for being here. See you. And good luck with everything you're working on. Low-key, a part of me deeply misses playing old school RuneScape. Boy howdy, Patrick, you've come to the right place, because I've wanted to make a new version of RuneScape for so long, and that is probably the primary inspiration of this game, is just to set up the same sort of RuneScape vibes and then like second monitor it. Come over here, start chopping on a tree. You know what? Let's use a stone axe instead. And just like let it go while I get some stuff done over here, and then maybe go kill some stuff later, and then go back over here, maybe do a quest over here, come back. I think RuneScape is a little bit outdated in like its content and mechanics, like how you do things. But there's like some evergreen vibes in there that I don't think many other games have really hooked into at all. So there's some fun stuff to play with, and I hope that this game scratches the same itch as old school RuneScape. Jursip is going to be disappointed when he realizes that Human did not go to sleep. Oof. I was. But then he did go to sleep, and I'm only just now catching up on chat, so we're all good. It's basically how I got hooked into staying here for so long. I know we had many talks about RuneScape here. Yep. I mean, I still, like, I think in the last couple months I installed it and was like, do I really want to get back into this? Because it is such an endeavor, and like not a lot of it is new anymore, so it kind of is hard to jump back into, knowing that it's going to be the same, and also how much of a time suck it is. But it's interesting to compare it to like Minecraft, because I would say the like magnitude of player choice in RuneScape is probably only slightly higher than in Minecraft, just because they have a few systems like specifically for like hand holding you, like you're gonna do this quest and we'll tell you what to do. But like both of those games scratch the same sort of itch for me. And the thing with Minecraft is you can always add more content with mods, and so it becomes a lot more of like a deep game, almost like RuneScape in a lot of ways. And I'm disappointed that there's no mods for RuneScape is what I'm getting at, I guess, because I would definitely go back and play it if I could like change some big thing, like add a bunch of new items and add new enemies, creatures, blah blah blah, add new skill as a mod maybe. I think that would be very fun. And that's what it would take to get me back into it. So step one into a modded Minecraft or a modded RuneScape is just build your own RuneScape and release it on PC. People are gonna mod it. So we'll see. I want to go see the broken lighting in person on this side of the world. And I know I could have just like dragged my character over, but we were showing off all the systems, so I figured I'd just run over. But this is kind of a bland area. We still need to fill out a bunch of stuff. I think modded RuneScape would pop off and be so popular, but I'm sure that that would bring a ton of issues to the game. I'm sure it would. Where am I? Actually, I have no idea. I feel like obviously there's a lot of issues that it would bring up immediately, but like there's a lot of issues around being like an MMO, which if you were to take old school RuneScape and make it single player and also like make it fun, I think you'd be able to get away with a lot more of a like bigger modded community because you're not dealing with all the multiplayer stuff. But sounds to me like the answer is just build a new RuneScape that has modding in mind from the get-go. I wonder why the lighting is so bad. What did I do? It's like sunny. Is there a sun above me? I mean, technically, yes. But it's not a real sun. But yeah, I think just like mods that add new content instantly, like I'm gonna go play that game some more. Like that's probably why I have almost 1,000 hours in RimWorld, is just mixing and matching mods. And I guess I haven't really got too deep into like Stardew Valley modding. I know there's a lot there, but also tons and tons of Minecraft mod time. Why do we get the ground so many times also? Are there 4 grounds? I mean, there are. We have 4 terrains, but huh. Something's very buggy. We'll need to figure all that out before doing another release, but you know what? I can probably go back and get back to work on our shrines now. That's kind of the gist of the game. I don't know if you're still here, Nameless, but you know, we've got big old crafting sandbox effectively, and I have broken inputs entirely. Huh. Well, it's not normally this buggy, but good to have y'all here. Maybe moonwalking is just the new skill. Alrighty, well. Let's build a prompt for generating a riddle, which is probably going to be the easiest thing that we've done on stream. Also, post-processing effects that might have gotten included in the scene somehow could have affected my lighting. Because we did just download this asset. We'll deal with that later. We want to go back to our shrine and generate a riddle for it. So what we can do is add a prompt to maybe the game manager. I love it when your game doesn't start doing outrageous bugs until you decide to start streaming it. Then it gets all camera shy, I guess. You know? There's some wild stuff it's doing today. It was working perfectly, I swear, as soon as I started streaming. But yeah, it like lagged out earlier and I pressed a bunch of keys to just like try and wake it up. And when it came back, all my lighting was borked. My UI never renders correctly. I mean, I know these errors, but very, very weird errors in the Unity console. One of them, I guess, I never ended up Googling. AABB in AABB. Invalid. Unity. We get a bunch of these. Axially aligned bounding box. So either infinite or zero scale objects. Interesting. Yeah, just weird stuff. Let's go ahead and get a prompt in order. So we want systems. Let's go. I mean, we can organize the system wherever we want, but let's put it up here. Shrines. Prompts. And then create prompts. Create Chroma Golem text prompt. Generate riddle and answer. Do we even need an answer? I don't think we do. Alright, you're tasked with generating a riddle for an open world crafting RPG where the answer is a generic item. Some examples of other items in the game are, and then we'll have player inventory, just to set the tone of like, we don't want Sir John's dragon katana of fire when all of our items are like bucket and pickaxe. We will also say some examples of other high quality riddles are, and once we generate those, we can start pumping those back into the prompt. But maybe we have one to start of what has 2 eyes but cannot see, or I guess 1 eye. It's a needle. Not really a high quality riddle, but once we get some, maybe we can feed those back in. You should speak. Yeah, so we still have the open question of, Pat, maybe you have an opinion on this. We're going to have a lot of different shrines in the game. And, I mean, the idea of each one is you go to it, it gives you a riddle, you give it an item, and then that item is modified. Like, if it solves the riddle, the item is changed, like, get some magical affixes or something. And if it doesn't solve the riddle, you get the item back and, like, other stuff, monsters attack, or something like that. But we're trying to figure out how we want to decide what the change to the item is. And so, examples of that are, like, you have a shrine of frost, and the riddle is about something cold, and you give it a sword as an answer, and it solves the riddle. So maybe your sword becomes like a frozen katana with a icy blade, something like that, where it's very cold. And so the connection there is like, oh, you went to a shrine of frost, so in solving the riddle, your item became frosty. So the goal is like, we want to have a lot of different shrines. So like Shrine of Fire might give you a fiery whatever you solve the riddle with. Or a Shrine of, I don't know, like other elements, other things. And so like that's the most simple way to separate like what these shrines do to items. But I don't know if that's the best way, because it's kind of like straightforward and bland. Like, it's cool that you can have like 8 different elements that apply to your item, but like the concept of applying an element to your item just happens 8 different ways. It's not like 8 different like ways your item changes or something. So we're trying to decide like how broad we want to be in like how we change these items, and also like how we want to frame it. Like we could have a pantheon of 8 different gods, and maybe this is a god of fire and also rage or something. So the result to your item might be fire, might be rage, might be this or that. So we can kind of like expand the complexity of outcomes that way, where you're not like, oh, it's a shrine of fire. All right, it's going to set my thing on fire. It makes it more interesting, I think. But I don't know if like in-game gods is the way to do it, or if we should do like, can we take elements and make them more complex? I mean, we're still designing the game, so like we could do it based on other stuff we haven't built, like all the different monster types. You could have a shrine of skeletons, and then maybe it'll make your item more skeletal or like old, or if all the skeletons have spiky heads, maybe it adds spikes to your item. Like, who knows? Like, there's a lot of different ways we can frame these shrines, but the one liner is they give you riddles and then individually change the item that you give to solve the riddle in their own unique way. And so we're trying to figure out how to like both segment those unique ways and also communicate those to the player, so they can kind of expect like, oh, it'll probably give me something frosty. Or if it's like a god, it's like, oh, it'll probably set it on fire or make it angry or do this or do that. Like, I'm not sure. I'm kind of rolling the dice there, but it's kind of the same tone. That's me rambling. But that was all to say, what we can do with this prompt is also on our shrine, we can set like a topic or some sort of like segmentation here. Say public string shrine topic is equal to wisdom. Sure, wisdom's a great example of like, maybe it's a really clever riddle and you're just appreciating how clever the actual puzzle is, and then when you solve it, they add like plus 10 intelligence to your item or something like that. Like, we can make a topic here, but we also use the topic to influence what the riddle style is. And after we reload, we'll put that in. Alrighty, so we can even just say like topic frost or category riddle category frost. So if we take this out and just grab some items real fast, bronze hammer, apple, bread, dirt, and bronze dust. So now we have everything in. We can say generate a 1-sentence riddle in the category frost, something like that. And then if we generate that, we can start to see like what we get. Doing kind of like a pool of 5 to 8 keywords per shrine that the AI gets to pull from sounds nice. Oh yeah, like combining multiple keywords could be interesting. As far as conveying to the player, I think it would be nice to tie it into the world lore. That makes sense, yeah. Whether that's gods or whatever, people can discover that lore in the world and then discover how the shrines are intended to work. That is also very interesting and a good advice, because also like players can discover about those gods or whatever we want to do outside and be able to expect what happens from shrines. But it's also cool that the reverse is true of like, if they use a lot of shrines and they see like a category of effects from a specific shrine, it also tells them about that god or whatever in a different way. I like that. So maybe next week we're designing a pantheon on stream. Who knows? But yeah, I think, yeah, the gods are probably a good idea. And what we can do, like I generated for Frost here as an example, but if we say like, oh, the god is blah, 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 that god can have 8 keywords that are associated with it. And maybe each time we generate a riddle, we just pull like 2 or 3 random keywords specific to that god, but we get like frost and anger. I'm using the same examples over and over again. We get air and water and retribution. Like it generates a riddle from those 3. Those 3 are related to the god, but the next time you generate a riddle, you might get 3 different keywords from that god, so it'll be a different riddle, like category entirely. I think that's cool, and I will do that. Thank you for your input, your idea. I realized we hadn't looked at the riddle. The riddle: I grow on windows with icy lace, but melt away without a trace. What am I? I'm pretty sure it's the like frost. Oh, right. The word was frost. Right. But I'm going to change this to in a second line, also write an answer. So we can at least get answers. I blanket the ground in silent slumber, melting away with morning's warmth. What am I? All right, so this lets us say like, hey, we actually riddles should have multiple possible correct answers and rhyme. Can we get them rhyming? In the chill where whispers freeze, name the blanket that coats the trees. Hell yeah. Yeah. Right. Either way, they discover how they work through trial and error or learn it through discovery of lore. And of course, always happy to help out if I can give some kind of input. Well, I appreciate it. Yes. I think that's really clever. And yeah, always good to bounce ideas around. And yes, I love the fact that we can get LLMs to just like talk in specific ways, because it also means like what we can do is we have a pirate character. We can literally just say like talk like a pirate, and he'll use all the like verbiage and nomenclature of like a sailor who understands boat parts, and he'll say "R," and like you get that instant personality a lot. And I think we have one character in the world who everything that they say rhymes. So like you can be talking to them about anything and they'll just keep spitting rhymes back at you, which is just insanely impressive. We also have this guy. I believe it's either him or his brother. It's either Raymond Smolian or Namerd Smolian, but he always lies. So everything he says is a lie, which is just like another layer of how you can like just write a 1-sentence thing and get so much weird dialogue. I love it. But rhyming is very, very cool for riddles especially. So let's go here. We got this. We are generating our riddle here. So let's generate a couple. I melt with time and glisten with cheer, though I may bite and disappear. Let's generate a couple and get some good ones so we can pass them in as examples of good ones, so we can kind of get that positive feedback loop and hopefully get better ones, because I gave it a pretty bad example, especially for saying they should rhyme. Let's do one of these. What blankets the earth in a sparkling quilt and leaves the morning grass finely built? That doesn't... Nah, that's not... Built. What spreads its chill on the morning ground, vanishing soon without a sound. I'm just looking for the best of the best. Yeah, that one's good. What bites your nose with an icy thrill, yet paints the trees with a shimmering chill. All right, so now let's just go through the elements so we get more variety in our examples. So probably don't want to double blanket. Oh, we didn't use blanket. What covers the ground with a dusty delight can be formed into breaks, slips through night. Let's actually change this. So let's see if we can get it working with multiple keywords, because I think that's a very cool way to do it. In the following categories, that is there a word for like stretched across? In all, that I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue. That stretches across the following categories. So we'll say earth, magic, and rebellion. Encompasses. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. That embodies, also a really good one. So we'll do that. And so now we can start getting, like, obviously we were just getting snow and frost as answers over and over when that was our category. But when we consider that we'll have gods that have keywords that will pull a selection from, can we get more variety now? In whispers and winds, I blend with might. I feel the uprising both day and night. I don't know that I would guess fire on that, but it's kind of spooky. From the ground I rise with arcane might, a secret weapon for those who fight. See, this is one that I don't know that I would say there's a correct answer to, but it does have a lot of like valid answers, I would say, that you could craft in the game. So I don't know if that's good to like have these kind of answers or trivia puzzles where like you can get something that technically fits, but you're still like, what was the answer that they expected? I think players will expect an obvious one and then feel good when they come up with other like alternatives that are like more clever. I don't think they get that feel goodness if they're coming up with alternatives that are more just like, this one works. But we'll see about that. And shadows deep or sunlight's gleaming. I turn earth to ash and fuel dreams. Let's change like earth, death, rebellion. Let's try that. Maybe you could add in more examples of other items in the game. Oh yeah, you're right. These are all also very basic. So we could do like fairy dust. And let's do classic bag of holding. And we reuse bronze twice. Let's get rid of bronze dust. Let's get rid of dirt. And maybe we do like a icy pick of destiny. So here, Earth, Death, Rebellion. It's also interesting to start seeing like the intersections of this parameter versus this parameter. Like both of those will change throughout the game. So they're hopefully getting more variety. So in the soil I rest, silence and deep, a defiant spark in eternal sleep. Seed is a good one. Bone, ash, all those would be fine. That seems nice and varied. Oh God, what have I done? Oh. Let's see here. Here. So now we're gonna need a few more. Let's go with fire, cloud, and mystery. Amid shifting veils where flames lightly tread, you'll find the secret in stories oft read. Smoke. Is there a lot of smoke in stories? See, we're about, after this prompt, we'll generate a second prompt. We'll write a second prompt that is basically the reverse, and we'll say like, does this answer solve this riddle and how, or whatever. However we want to design like how that translates into what the effect is. So it'll be fun to take ones like this and pipe it back in and be like, hey, explain this. But I don't know about smoke on this one. In the sky float, in hearths I roar, a hidden dance in legends of yore. I mean, I definitely see like how we're getting smoke and mist when we have fire, cloud, and mystery. So let's take out cloud and let's do like time. When I dance, I consume and transform, yet in my presence, moments conform. What am I? A blazing form. Now that is a top tier riddle right there. So let's even move it a little higher. We've got some examples now. How do we want to do this next? Let's just generate a couple more. And it's also interesting from like if I were playing this point of view, if you assume that these 3 keywords just came randomly selected from some like Ifrit god or something, if I see a shrine of Ifrit, he'll have 8 keywords or so. And there's probably some variety through like the different combinatorics of them all. But it's interesting to see that fire, time, mystery is almost always getting like candle or hourglass, campfire, clock, candle. Like there's definitely a category of answers being formed, which I think will extend. I mean, as you do X choose Y numbers and stuff, like you could even change one of these to looking outside tree and you'll probably still get like something fire related, torch, candle, campfire. Like it doesn't stray too far, which is interesting. I think as a player you'll be able to say like, oh, that's a Shrine of Ifrit, and you'll have in your head already like a category of items that it'll probably use, even though it's generating it all on the fly and randomizing it across all of those categories. So remains to be seen if that's true, but I think that'll be really cool to be able to kind of predict like, oh, I see that over there, so I should probably pick up this flaming thing on my way over because it'll probably need it. But I think these are good. Let's do one more example, I guess. So we did earth, wind. Let's do water. And outer space. And complexity. Just absolute concepts of concepts. Galaxy. Okay, these items are a little bit too big to craft, probably. It's appearing that way. Just curious to know if it will also create riddles that are having answers that don't seem too repetitive. Yeah, these are very, very repetitive right now. And I'm thinking that it's going to get a little bit better with these keyword samplings, but I don't know that it'll get much better. Maybe we can even change this a little bit. So generate a 1-sentence riddle. We'll even double up on rhyming riddle. That in all of the following categories, you can try that. Water, outer space, complexity. So a lot of like nebula, galaxy, etc. Oops, let me fix this. We got several of them in this prompt, so probably need to also add instructions of only generate one. Oh, in all of the following categories, it's generating one in each. Generate one that encompasses galaxy, liquid or water, lake, ocean, river, stardust or water, comet, star. Okay, it seems. I mean, this is just a general vibe check, but they do seem more varied. Ice, asteroid, water, galaxy, of course. Yeah, and the problem with generating LLMs one-off like this that we're doing here, we're not tracking the previous generations. We can't do things like be super clever and like uh, kind of tell it to be smart, because it will do that the first time. So it'll get like starry potion, but then it doesn't know that the previous LLM also did that in the same way. So we'll probably get like star, rain, stardust. Like we get different answers here, but that's the same answer in general. Stardust. Like it's kind of generating the same thing over and over again. It's the same problem as when you don't say it. It's just getting to that generation in a different way, which is really weird. Starry Sea. All right, so how could we add variety to this? Obviously, also, some variety will change based on the items you're holding. I wonder if we were to take this out entirely right now, if it would increase variety. Hydrogen, because it could be constricting the scope instead of expanding it when your items are static. But it looks pretty similar, I would say. It might be more varied, actually. So what we could even do is like we probably don't want to take the player's entire inventory. We could even take a subset of the player's inventory, just grab 3 random items, and then it's different each time. Ocean blueprint. I think that's when in Minecraft you're trying to build a ocean monument and you put down the blueprint first so you know where to build. So we'll actually take this to 3 items, I would say. Cosmic Whirlpool, Galactic Ocean. Now that sounds like a pretty cool item. Okay, I mean, we will get there, I will say. I feel like there's probably more that we can do in the prompt to be varied. Like, there's also, fun fact, a published strategy, whatever it is in the papers. You can literally just add random numbers to the end of your prompt, and if you randomize that number every time, it increases the variety. It doesn't do it a ton, but each time you would have a different number, and theoretically you're supposed to get bigger, like temperature is how they measure the outputs. All right, I think this is fine for now. We can improve it later, obviously, but what we need to do is now think about. You learned a thing today. Yeah, it's really interesting when you get into fine tuning models. What you can do is, like, if you had a bunch of NPCs in your game and each one has a long paragraph or a page long thing written about how they talk, what you can do is generate just like hundreds and hundreds of pages of them talking using that long um, page or whatever. And then you can fine tune your model. And instead of that whole page, you just pick a random number like this. And in all the prompts, you replace the full thing with this. And then you fine tune your model with that. And then from then on, instead of that full page, you can just pass in this and you get the same effect, which is very, very cool just in general. But also, the longer your prompt, the longer it takes to get a response back. So this is going to be almost instant versus like a page is going to be probably a couple seconds at least of just like token processing time. So very cool little hidden tidbit in how LLMs work when you're training them. That's kind of how they work on the back end on their own because they're just using tokens and stuff, but it's cool to be able to do it yourself. Okay, so the question is, if we give an item to this shrine, do we want it to say yes or no? Like, does it accept it or not? Or do we want it to try and interpret like what the, like, instead of a Boolean, is it good or not? Do we want to measure how close we are and then use that in like how we augment the item? Let's just do the Boolean yes or no, I think, because treat it like a hot or cold game. Yeah, I mean, for example, yeah, I mean, that's probably, see, I'm still trying to figure out how like this should play. But if we brought in, or if we talked to a shrine and it said, "In the soil I rest, silent and deep, a defiant spark in eternal sleep," and we give it a corn dog, like that's not solving the riddle. So we could either just say, "No, that's not it," and like give the corn dog back. We could measure how far it is, like if it's close, or like talk about what is different and say, like, "Hey, that's not it because this reason," and give it back and let them try and get closer. Or there's a third path of we can just treat it as an attempted solve on the riddle and just like in the same way that it misinterprets the riddle to make sense, we could use that misinterpretation to like modify the item in some unexpected way. Which, I mean, it sounds cool, but I don't know if that would be obvious what's happening or if that would even like logically work with the linguistics. But I think we were planning on doing things like when it's not a correct response to the riddle, we give the item back, and then we want like other things to happen, like enemies spawning or something. So I feel like to that end, we probably at least want yes or no, and we can always measure how close later or something. Be way more work, obviously, but I think while you're still early into this, just a Boolean approach would be fine. Yeah. All right, cool. So now, easiest part is Chroma Golem text prompt. Does answer solve riddle? Does item solve riddle? I think the negative feedback of spawning enemies would be totally fine. Okay, yeah, because I feel like it should be kind of a potentially a player choice there. Like if you were to give a sword to this thing that's wrong on purpose, maybe you do that to like spawn a bunch of enemies that are holding that sword, so you kill them and get more of that sword. That's like one path you could take, but you could also give the sword when it's correct to a shrine to like try and make the sword better. So it's like, do I want a better version of an item or do I want more of an item? And better is getting the riddle correct. More could be like getting the riddle wrong versus just like, oh, you got it wrong, try again. Maybe you get one chance with a shrine or something. Still figuring it out if that's fun or not, but I think that's where we're leaning towards. But we'll see. All right, so you will be given a riddle on one line and an item and the name of an item on another line. Your task is to print yes or no for whether that given item is technically a solution of that given riddle. Cool. So now we go over here, we generate a riddle. We go over here, we paste it in. Our answer is Stardust Rain. From the sky I cascade, and endless streams I abide, like cosmic waves on a universe wide. Pretty. So now we print... No. We did it, guys. After printing yes, no, please give your reasoning on a new line. We got it. Alright. No. The riddle seems to describe something that comes from the sky in a streaming or flowing manner, possibly suggesting water, light, or some cosmic entity like rays or stars. Stardust rain, while poetic and evocative, is not a literal or conventional phenomenon. Nerd. You are operating within the fictional world of an open world crafting adventure RPG. And all answers to riddles are items that the player can craft. Has crafted. So now do we get a yes if we say we're in a fictional world? Alright, cool. And we can inject more details about the world there, but Stardust Rain fits the description, rain-like phenomenon, source from the sky. Perfect. Alright, so now we go over, let's just do this. We will do this. Alright, so now we need 3 random words. We got pirate, moss, and iron. And instead of our items, we will have a enchanted skull of luck. Enchanted skull. Good enough. Alright. And here, our answer is barnacle. To in rusted holds where secrets are glossed, what coats the chains like a pirate's moss? Barnacle. No. Dang it. I thought we were so close. Coats chains and has a visual or functional similarity to a pirate's moss. While barnacles adhere to and grow on ships, they aren't typically what comes to mind for coat the chains. Alright, alright. You can be lenient. No, we don't want that. Is it always no? No. No. I mean, we could also generate the riddle with a better model and generate the answer of does this solve the riddle with a less good model to give more leeway to bad answers. But let's try seaweed. No. Okay. Rust. You can be less a-hole-ish about it. Yeah. Don't be pedantic. Yes. Rust works. Cool. Now we go back to seaweed. Are you a yes now? No. Okay. Well, barnacle was... Barnacle. Still no. Okay. Well, so we do still have a little bit of a disconnect here. And I think the problem is these are actually bad answers that this is generating. I feel like the decision making of this feels correct. So maybe we can solve a riddle on our own because we're smart. In the hold where treasures toss, what covers iron with a green boss? What covers iron with a green moss? And then we say seaweed because it's growing around the treasure chests at the bottom of the ocean. No. This game sucks. Wait, where does it mention rust? The riddle refers to rust that covers iron. Oh, we didn't update the... Did it generate a response? No. Huh. Did I mention rust? What covers iron with a green moss? Will be given a riddle. Huh. That's weird. Riddle describes something that covers iron, refers to a natural process. Oxidation in a marine environment. You're also talking about moss. In the hold where treasures toss. This model really likes rust? I don't understand. Like, rust. Or possibly barnacles. That was the answers to the last one. Wait, I also said seawood, which isn't a thing. So that could be a problem. Something that covers iron turning green. Okay, green moss could be turning it green. Which is, I mean, I guess iron does turn green when it oxidizes. Is that really what's going on? Is the model is smarter than us? Let's see, where's my browser? Oxidized iron. Is it green? It's green. So it knew that the answer to this riddle is actually rust, and it's like, your thing isn't rust. What are you doing? That's wild. So it's too smart for us. Okay. Think like a second grader. Now that, maybe that's the key. No. Typically due to oxidation forming rust, etc. All right, fine. Well, in this universe, rust doesn't exist. No. Which usually refers to patina, the green layer that forms on metals like copper. Seaweed doesn't cover iron in green moss. You know what? Maybe the treasure chest is wood, not iron. I guess that makes sense. In the hole where treasures toss, what covers wood? Wait, in the hold. Yeah, I never even say at the bottom of the sea. In the ocean, where treasures toss, what covers wood with a green moss? It was just a bad riddle. Well, seaweed doesn't cover wood like moss would. Barnacles or algae would be more fittings. Huh. Okay, so we're gonna say there are many correct solutions, because maybe it thinks that we're looking for the correct solution, and so it's only saying yes or no for the best solution. Yes. Okay, we're on to something. Could you tell it to think like an abstract artist? Yeah. Let me even take this out so we can see the raw change. Think like an abstract artist. And I guess I did just change the prompt as well. In the ocean is where I envisioned it, but I never even said underwater. Sea wind often grows on submerged wood. All right, all right. So what if we even change this back to iron? No. It still really wants rust or patina. Okay. But what is what we actually want? We'll think like an abstract artist and also say there's many correct solutions. Yes, okay. What covers iron with a green moss? No. Well, it's a bad... you can't have moss around an iron chest, I guess. Alright, so... I mean, for funsies, I think we should go over here and say text prompt. We take this system message and we say solve riddle. This here, you'll be given a riddle on one line. You are operating within the fictional world of an open world crafting RPG, and all answers to riddles are items that the player can craft. Your task is to print out the name of an item that would be a technically correct solution of that given riddle. There are many correct solutions. So we have this. We go over and take our riddle. We solve it. Should say seaweed probably, or something seaweed wrap. Sure. But if we change wood to iron, is it going to give us rust, patina, copper coating, copper plate? Huh. So I wonder if we were to solve this guy with iron here. We're saying seaweed. If we say something... Alright, we got a yes. It's okay. If we say something completely different, is it going to talk like about rust as much? Because it could also be using seaweed in the like state calculations of how it gets to rust. So if we say space-time continuum, it's going to talk about rust. Okay, it will. That's fine. Alright, well we now have a riddle solver as well. So we want wood, and it's going to say moss or something, seaweed wrap, sure. Prefer simpler items with and single word items preferably. Gives us more of a generic framing for comparing actual items to seaweed, paint. You know, that's fair. It could be painted green, I guess. So if somebody wanted to solve this with paint, it should be correct. So if we go over, does item solve riddle paint? No. Well, that's a little pedantic. Oh, right, because we still say iron here because we gotta talk about rust. No. Let's say think like a poet. Well, luckily, this one we're not actually... how do we want to do this? We've got the building pieces now. So we have 3 prompts. We don't even need the solve riddle prompt. But now we have most of the puzzle pieces. Let's go back to our shrine and generate a riddle and populate the shrine. And then we'll be able to see that riddle in the game. And maybe part 2 next week will handle all the like bestowing effects on items and determining if the riddle is correct or not. But let's get this full circle back where we started. Alrighty, so generate riddle. We want to remember where we are storing all of our prompts, which I think is game manager. Prompt library. That'd be a good name for one. Databases. Where would this fit? But these are where our prompts are stored, I believe. Yeah. So, interactable object database. That seems reasonable. Public prompt. Prompt generate riddle. Generate shrine riddle. And we'll be back here later to add the other one, but this is all we need for now. So here we can say interactable object database dot instance dot blah blah blah. We go with prompt filled out prompt is that dot fill prompt with replacements, but I don't remember the syntax. This guy. Pass in a collection of tokens to replace. Cool, cool, cool. So that means we can now go to our prompt, start putting in our tokens. Clicked the wrong one. So we'll have, I don't remember what we have in it. But then we can say start coroutine, filled out prompt. When it's done, we generate the riddle. We set our riddle text. We don't need to populate it in the window yet, but we'll log for it as well. So here, generate riddle. We are going to have player inventory sample. So player inventory sample will have player database dot instance dot inventory. Let's just go look. Yeah, I guess we can just use the storage inventory. Wait, that's not their actual inventory, I don't think. What do we have here? Crafting source inventories is a list of inventories. That's going to be their crafting slots, their actual inventory, their storage, which you can craft from your storage. So we want player persona.inventory dot random item. And we want to be able to pass in 3 for random items, making sure we don't already have this implemented. but we'll just add it if not. Public list item, get random items, int count. Should be this in a loop. Slots with items is this. We're not calling this just to why? I feel like we should just do this. Oh, we can't call get random item in a loop because it might return the same item over and over. So is that why we do this? Slots with items. Nope. Make sure we didn't already add this item. If items.contains. And if that is true, we actually should increment the loop, but that will make it so if there's ever not enough items, we would get an infinite loop. So we'll just skip it out. So if there's not enough items, you just get a smaller list, potentially. Or if you roll RNG badly and somehow randomize the same item 3 times, you'll just get a smaller list. That's a small bug. To do, we don't retry, so this can result in fewer items than requested. It's so wild seeing actual code like this instead of blueprints in UE. You know, I've been all week coding entirely in like Claude code, and I barely even see the code. So it is weird for me too, like coming back to an editor and writing it myself is wild. But yeah, I imagine compared to like visual programming, it's even more so. All right, we should now have a method for getting 3 random items, or however many random items we want. So get random items 3, right? Get random items 3. And so that'll give us back a list of items that we need to map to get their item name and join with string. So we probably shouldn't do all this in one line. Random item sample is this list item. And then we want a string exactly that, player inventory sample. So that's what we'll place in. So if we get bucket, mouse, chair, it'll be those names with commas between them. Cool. So other tokens is this, the categories. And we'll want to remove the, in a second line, also write an answer when we actually have it in. So here we can do categories is all. So now we can just hard code in categories really. But I guess we can even do shrine topic for now. And we'll do like a public list string get random categories or something. We'll come back to that another day. We'll return something though. Easy. Cool. So this might be everything. And I have to go to the bathroom so bad, but we're going to finish it out. So I don't just BRB and then end in 5 minutes. So surely it's going to work this time. As long as the trigger event works. And also we didn't set the reference to the prompts. So it won't work, but as soon as we're in, we'll back out and fix it. You can hold the fort. We got this. We're going to get it to work. It's all good. All right, so on interactable object database, we need a reference to the prompt. Generate shrine riddle, generate riddle, cool. This guy needs a reference to the actual window, riddle shrine window. Here. There's a panel to toggle. Before panel show callbacks, we're gonna need shrine controller. Populate shrine window with data. We'll say Shrine of Frost. Sure. We'll say view. Sure. So that'll toggle this. This guy should have a collider on him. He does. It is trigger. This guy should have an on trigger enter, which compares with, it doesn't have that string, which it might not, so let's go ahead and do string.empty. You know what, let's just do that, because string.empty might also be weird with like nil and stuff. So here and here. Then we generate new riddle text. That kicks off, gives them a prompt, fills in the prompts, has all the tokens, starts the coroutine. When the coroutine has generated text, it sets it on the shrine riddle text where it's stored. And then when we click the shrine to toggle the UI window is when we populate that window with the shrine's text. So we'll already have the shrine riddle text at that point. We don't need generate new riddle text. And we need like a to-do handle if we don't have a shrine riddle text yet. Show Pokemon unknown symbols or something. It's some, I can't read this. It's got some symbols on it. Come back later. So that will populate it, and as long as our window has the references to these slots getting populated, it should just work. Should just work. We'll watch the console. We should get a line of like generating something. Is this Alanis Morissette? This is Boa. Never heard of them in my life. But does sound like her a little bit, actually. Did you know Alanis Morissette plays God in a movie from the 90s called Dogma? Alright, so we'll watch down here for the console. I don't think we added a UI window component to the actual NPC or the window. Let's fix that. I've heard the song before, and no, I did not. I did get to see her play live about 5 years back, though. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, she'd probably be a cool one to see. I have not seen even that she was doing concerts, I think. So, do all these inherit from UI window? Ah, they do. Okay. So with this guy, we need to inherit from that as well. Dogma is a great movie. I loved it as a kid. I don't know if it'll still hold up, but it's a Kevin Smith movie. All right, so now we have UI window. That should work. Although we do have the problem of that giant sphere was hitting our hover. So we saw a tooltip no matter what we were mousing over because it's just a huge sphere. So I think we can solve that by putting the shrine on a different layer. This guy. Layer. I don't know that we want to do that because... Yeah, we'll need to restructure this, I think, because we want this box collider to work for like hovering over it for actually clicking on it, but this box collider to not. So I don't think you can solve that by layers if they're both on the same object. So it's fine. But that means we just got to be clever with our how we move around. I def watch it. I'll let you know if I ever get to it. Yeah, it's pretty good. I haven't seen it in like probably 10 plus years though. It also stars Chris Brown, not Chris Brown, Chris Rock, the guy who plays Severus Snape in Harry Potter, Alan Rickman, and wow, the two guys that everybody knows that I can't remember the name of. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. Alrighty, so nothing in the console. We enter the sphere. Anything? Nothing. Let's double check the console, make sure we are seeing... Okay, we are seeing those. 3 audio listeners, sure. Can we not see those? What is the text that we did? Well, let's check shrine. Yeah, shrine will cover both. Generating shrine riddle text. Okay. But it never completed. Generating shrine riddle text. Okay. Oh. If it's if shrine riddle text is equal to the string.empty, then generate new riddle text. Let's try that again. Silly bug. It also has Salma Hayek in it. Yeah, it does. I think there's also a few others that, like Jay and Silent Bob. Few others you'll recognize. It's very star-studded. Alright, surely this is the time it works. I didn't break anything else. George Carlin, yeah, he's in it too. I think only briefly, but he's in it. Like, as an actual person, not just as George Carlin. Okay, I see in the console. Generated new shrine riddle text. In pages worn or minds so bright, I'm the beacon that turns darkness to light. What am I? It's thoughts. Not gonna craft thoughts, but I do know that out in the world there is an item called uneasy thoughts, so I could probably craft it. But let's see. What do we not have? If it's not equal to null, 4-panel show callbacks isn't triggering on our panel trigger? Weird. UI references shrine window. Alright, we're close. I don't remember Gwyneth Paltrow being in it, but that does seem right. Alright, let's double check our UI references. Shrine window is not there. All right. We're closing down on all the bugs. Shrine window now set. And we will also double check that that shrine window has, or I guess on the shrine, has that callback set too. Does. Okay. This is it. I feel it. All right. If we walk in, we should see down here, which is not covered up by my banner, generating shrine riddle text. And almost instantly, we also got, in the pages I unfold, ancient stories and truths untold. What am I in wisdom's hold? I don't know what that answer is, but we can go over here and probably cheat. Solve riddle. What are you? A book. I guess that makes sense. Yes. Yeah, that checks out. I should have guessed a book. But all right. So that means we should be able to walk over and now use the shrine and see that riddle. Okay. It looks a little Skyrim-y, but looks cool. So now we open our inventory and we make a book. Or we come back to it and bring a book. There are books in the other town that you can collect, but none nearby that I want to run to. But if we... Yeah, I don't know that we're going to make a book offhand real fast. But maybe leather and some dirt will give us something. Or maybe it'll give us nothing. Earthen wrap. Okay, so if that were the answer, next week we will hook it up. So we drag this in here. We submit our answer. We add the tooltip back. We have some outcomes from these shrines. And it closes the shrine, which... And then maybe destroys this shrine out in the world so you can't use it again. But you get some new item or something. We shall see. But it is cool to have a way to use your items in new ways again. It's almost like a little mini game of like puzzles that uses this existing crafting system to like create the solutions, the answers to. So I like that. More uses for items is like literally all the stuff that we want to build for an infinite crafting game. So I think this will be cool, hopefully. We'll see how we want to do like the effects applied from the shrine, because lots of different ways we can go on that. But luckily we got a whole week to think about it. And maybe we'll be back next week just designing a pantheon of gods. But I think it is time that I go snack up. It's been fun. Thanks for coming in, Pat. Thanks for coming in, everybody else. Nameless, if you're still out there lurking, you too. I hope we can all agree that Human is in bed, finally chilling, getting some good sleep. So I'll see you guys next week. And thanks for being here. Glad you liked the music this week. Bye. Human's in bed.